Welcome, people, once again to We-On-Loc Nation channel. I am your host, We-On-Loc Nation, and I did some ranting earlier, got that off of my chest. Now we're going to take it slow-mo, but we're going to also go back down memory lane since most of you still remember this as being a thing with Dr. Umar Ifatunde. And what am I talking about is the whole thing with this whole Sukiana nonsense. But I'm going to take it as far as I want to take it. And then I'm going to leave it alone because the allegations are just through the roof, or y'all just like clowning them just because you can. But enough of my ranting. Here it is.
About the Sukihana situation one time. Let me talk about the Sukihana situation one time. I don't condone my sister's content. I don't support my sister's content. I will not make excuses for my sister's content. I'm simply saying that if the queen is interested in making a transformation in her agenda, I am willing to aid her in that work. I am not going to cancel her because some of you hypocrites have overlooked popular people in our community who have done worse than Sukihana. Let me say this again because I want you to understand, overstand, and understand me right now. I want you to understand, overstand, and understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters. I do not condone my sister Sukihana's content. I do not support my sister Sukihana's content. I will not make excuses for my sister Sukihana's content. But the sister has as much right to make a mistake and then correct it as you and I do. And many of you who want to cancel her outright have overlooked evil and wrongdoing in the Black community that has been worse than what she is doing. How many people we got who have taken the life of other people and we still celebrate them right now? How many in our community have been accused and even have been proven to be pedophiles and we overlooked their behavior because they are celebrities? How many have robbed and stolen and killed and abused elders and women and you overlooked their wrong? So all I'm saying, don't be a hypocrite when it comes to the Black woman when you have overlooked the sins of Black men.
There was an incident the other day, or we were just talking about it last night, where a man of a child that he was not help raising, and I don't know why that was. I don't know. Here's the thing: if I'm in jail, right? If I'm in prison, I don't. And she decides to, remarry or whatever the case may be, she still needs my blessing. Regardless of whatever I've done, as long as I'm a good father to that kid, she still is going to have to look me in the eye, have him look me in the eye. And I can make that determination whether he is worthy of even looking after my child because of the simple fact that this same man took this child, cut off both of her hands, chopped her neck off, basically unaliving her. It's one of the reasons why women are certain women are skeptical. Certain women are skeptical of men But we don't want to put most of the onus on the men because everything is being put on the women. And I would like to ask the woman, why is it that women are being blamed for damn near everything? That's why I want to have so bad this ladies conference. I don't want to call it ladies night anymore. I want to call it a ladies conference. We have to have a ladies conference because everything is being put on the woman.
What I'm saying is don't be a hypocrite when it comes to black women when you have overlooked the sins of black men. There are black men who have said and done some of the same things Suki Hana has said and done, and they have not been canceled. All I'm saying is be honest in your criticism. Be balanced in your condemnation. All I'm saying is don't have one set of standards for elite celebrities and a completely separate set of standards for upcoming celebrities. That's all I'm saying, brothers and sisters. That's all I'm saying. When I hear the word cancel her, if that's what you want to do, so be it. But why are you not canceling others who have done as much as her and worse? Why aren't you trying to cancel those who have done as much as her or worse? That's all I'm saying. I'm never going to co-sign negative images that are put before black women and girls. I'm never going to co-sign the sexual objectification of black women. I'm simply saying when you take out your cancel stamp, you should be taking that cancel stamp out for more people than just Sister Suki Hana. Has she molested anybody's children? Has she taken anybody's life? Brothers and sisters, let me say, I will meet with anybody. Some of you claim to be Christians. Some of you claim to be Christians. Some of you claim to be followers of the Black Christ, Jesus of Ethiopia. Some of you claim to be followers of the Black Christ, Jesus of Ethiopia. Was not Mary Magdalene a prostitute? Was not Mary Magdalene a prostitute? Did not Jesus, the Black Christ, lift up a prostitute and make her a disciple? Yes, sir.
Yeah, you can't just be coming up on here and say he's sipping hard. Y'all niggas be sipping. Niggas be sipping for these women who are easy as fuck, bro. That is such a distasteful, dishonest shit that you just pulled off. That is just dishonest. That is just dishonest. You want somebody who is easy, bro. That's what you want, bro. Talk about he's simping hard. Can you answer any of his questions? No. What does it matter?
So no. Yes or no? And was Sister Mary Magdalene a black woman guilty of worse crimes than Sister Suki Hana? So if Jesus the Christ can lift up a black woman and Mary Magdalene and make her a disciple, and some say a wife, according to some gospels, she was made a wife of the Christ. So if the one and only Son of God, as you believe in your religion, if the one and only Son of God can lift up a black woman and Mary Magdalene, a prostitute, if the one and only Son of the living God, Black Jesus the Christ, can lift up a prostitute and turn her into a disciple, and some argue into a wife, if the Son of the living God can turn a prostitute into a wife, why in the hell can't the Prince of Pan-Africanism sit down with my sister Suki Hana and have a private, serious conversation about her impact on the Black community and what she could do for the Black community if she decided to undergo a radical transformation in the public eye.
Because Negroes in society today, all they want to know is if you clap cheeks. That's all they want to know, Dr. Umar, is if you did clap the cheeks. If you did clap the cheeks, it's none of my business. I really don't care. But they want, even if it's a classy woman, it really doesn't matter. It does not matter. It's almost like that conflict of interest type bullshit. it's just lazy. It's promoting laziness to them. But really, men don't know what they want. They don't know what they want. She can be covered from head to toe. The veil could be put on her face, and it wouldn't even matter because of how she is being, because of the Lord's great blessing. God's greatest creation is how a woman is curved. When she turns a certain age, they almost develop damn near from 13 all the way to 20 something to 21. When she turns 22, or I'm sorry, 21, that them curves is already resting, ready to go, and she's fresh and she's clean, and men want something like that. Yeah, to fuck on and put back on the shelf once they're done. That's all they want it for. To fuck on there, put miles on, put miles on the car. Just put miles on it. This is what we do when we go to a car lot. When we want to test out a car, that's what we do. We put miles on it. That's just what we do. But it's not salvageable. They're not marriageable. I kind of find that hard to believe. I kind of find that very difficult to swallow, because the most prestiged person can scoop that up and put a ring on it, but he's redeemed a simp. He's redeemed a simp if he were to, pick up the pieces or go to the trash slot, which most of these Negroes just throw out anything that's useless. But a real man can pick that up, develop a relationship, and marry her within 2 or 3 years. That's a damn shame. It's a damn shame that we can't do that as Black people. And you wonder why our cultures are trash.
If the one and only living Son of the one and only living God can do it, if Jesus can have a conversation with Mary Magdalene and elevate her to the level of disciple and wife, don't tell me I can't go to Miami next weekend and sit down and have a conversation with my beautiful sister, Suki Hana, about how she and I could work together on a campaign to eliminate the sexual exploitation and abuse of Black women. Yes, she would have to make some changes for me to work with her. Yes, she would have to make some changes for me to work with her. Yes, she would have to make some changes for me to work with her, but don't tell me I can entertain the conversation.
I mean, you can try to work with her, but unless you put that ring on her finger, it's gonna be what's gonna be. Negroes is gonna just label you a simp, a pick me, or whatever these little lame ass lingos. I don't even know what they mean. They're meaningless now. They're just meaningless. They're meaningless words. They don't mean anything. So until you put a ring on, it, until you commit yourself to that woman, that's all they're gonna look at you as. But I know you don't. I know you don't care as much. He probably don't care because he wants to have an opportunity to work with her and put her try to put her in the right direction. But it's quite hard to do that because of the industry that she's in. It's very hard. So if he were to do that, and this is only a year old, if he were to do that, this whole world would just flip upside down. But there are Negroes who still have a lot to say. There'll be women flocking to his feet. Let me be the next one. Let me be the next one. Because remember, he wants 2 wives. I don't agree with that lifestyle, but that's what he wants. So when he gets his 2 wives, and if Sukihana agrees to that, if that were the case, then he would be wrong. He would be simping. He would be this. He would be that. But this would be the same man that does good for the community, right? For your children, our children. But that will be glossed over 10 times over because of how ratchet we are as a people. Congratulations.
Don't tell me I can entertain the conversation. Brothers and sisters, let me say this before I close out. This is Leo season, day 1, 2023, and you talking to the SON of the SUN. I said this is Leo season, day 1, 2023, and you're talking to the SON of the SUN. This is Leo season, day 1, 2023, and you are talking to the SON of the SUN. I got a quick message for the black bourgeoisie. I got a quick message for the autism, ADHD, learning disabilities. Anybody who's black, middle class is black bourgeoisie. But let me talk to the black bourgeoisie and the black.
Okay. Now that we got all that out the way, like it's not going to matter. Now that we got all of that out the way, we're going to go into a woman that you would call ghetto. If you are in these spaces, you are calling Jasmine Crockett a ghetto ass B. You know what the B stands for. You're calling Jasmine Crockett just like you would call Umar a panderer or this and that. She doesn't deserve to be in the position. She doesn't deserve to be in that chair that she's sitting in. She just needs to be married to a husband. For what? For what? This is not the 1700s. This is not patriarchy. Black people need to get this out of their freaking skulls. What happened then is something that we can't obtain now. And I wouldn't want you to obtain it because we would be labeled savages. That is just a savage move for a woman to have a skill. If a man can have a skill, why can a woman have a skill? If a man can have a skill, whether it be HVAC, plumbing, electrician, whatever, If a man can have a skill, why can a woman have a skill in being a defense attorney, be a prosecutor, um, be one of these Congress women? Why can't she have any type of skill? Can anybody answer me that? Why can a woman obtain a certain type of skill that will help pay the bills? This is some simple shit. This is a simple shit. Something that normal people, yes, I said normal people can grasp and answer simple questions. Why can't anybody answer that question? This is ridiculous. We're living in 2025 and you have all these fucking questions, but you can't answer mine. That is crazy to me. You can't answer any of my questions. But all these Negroes can come on platforms and just spew off all these stupid ass questions for a female. It's getting old and it's getting tiresome. You will never hold a candle to a clergyman, someone like Jasmine Crockett, excuse me. Y'all can never hold a candle to a clergyman, to a Dr. Umar. You can't do it. Cause you ain't got nothing shit to say other than he's a deadbeat dad. No, he isn't. Other than he can eat candy bars. But I'm not on him, I'm on her. You can't do it. You can't do it. All because she's a woman? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't say the entire thing. Because she's a black woman. All because she's a black woman, she can't say anything. That is super creepy. I'm going to say it outright. That is so goddamn creepy. Man, I hope y'all, I hope, y'all are super creepy. Paying child support doesn't make you a non-deadbeat. I beg to differ. Look up the definition. Y'all don't even know what a deadbeat is. Y'all use words too loosely. But anywho, we're gonna do this, and we're gonna do this to piss Craig off, because Craig just came in the building. We're gonna piss Craig off. I love Greg. Craig, my boy, and all, so I do this on purpose.
Here comes Jasmine. Jasmine Crockett calls Governor Abbott Hot Wheels, and they are upset. Here it is.
We in these hot ass Texas streets, honey. Y'all know we got Governor Hot Wheels down there. Come on now. And the only thing hot about him is that he is a hot ass mess, honey.
My goodness. In the era of Donald Trump, the most respectable white male who has ever occupied the presidency, here comes Jasmine Crockett, name called, the governor of Texas. Here it is.
I am absolutely horrified. Jasmine Crockett called Governor Greg Abbott of Texas Governor Hot Wheels. I don't even know how she's in Congress. I literally don't understand how a hateful, bigoted, obnoxious oink oink
Oink, oink. Oink, oink. That's new. That's very new. But you're sitting in your car with glasses on. What's up with all these what's up with all these cave women getting in their cars and filming themselves in the car with glasses on? Oh, white people in their bigoted ways. That's crazy.
In Congress, representing the American people and representing the people from Texas, nonetheless.
That she was ghetto. And
there it went.
Yeah, she just continues to validate my feelings. Jasmine Crockett has stooped so low to mock a man in a wheelchair. She has no moral compass. She's completely unhinged, completely out of touch.
There's nothing more embarrassing than being a liberal there's nothing more embarrassing than being a liberal. It could be Jasmine Crockett. Well, she is a liberal. I stand by my point.
I hear the human rights audience cheering on an attack on a man in a wheelchair, and I realize this is what the left has become, an angry mob of people who are cheering on attacks on a guy in a wheelchair and vandalism against people who bought a Tesla. It's pathetic.
The irony of it all, right? So these folks are not feeling sorry about Abbott. Here it is.
Not only do I find it hilarious that she called him Governor Hot Wheels, I hope that he gets a flat tire.
And I was thinking, are y'all new here? Do y'all not know Texas? Hot Wheels is the colloquial term for Greg Abbott. And I will argue that Hot Wheels is the nicest thing that they call Greg Abbott. And it doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on, Republican, Democrat, Independent, Libertarian, Green Party, everybody calls Greg Abbott Hot Wheels.
You talking about the same man that wants to do away with 504 for the disability kids in Texas? That's the Greg Abbott, the Hot Wheels. We all call him Hot Wheels. Okay? Yeah, we call him Hot Wheels in Texas. He said remove all DEI, including them ramps. All them ramps for him, want them removed. Yeah. Hot Wheels don't get no special treatment at all.
Y'all Republicans, y'all a bunch of crybabies, man. Y'all crybabies. Y'all could dish it out, but you can't take it. You said, your president said that the Haitian was eating the dogs, was eating cats. Y'all called Michelle Obama. Y'all keep insisting Governor Hot Wheels. From now on, Gregory Abbott is Governor Hot Wheels. That smoke with Black America, what we doing? Y'all want to crack jokes? Let's crack jokes. Let's crack jokes. Y'all want to play dozens? Y'all want to roast? Let's roast.
That's what I'm saying. What white people doing? What are white and some of these black women need to shut the fuck up. I'm just gonna say it right now. You need to shut the fuck up. She did class, she's classy, now she's trashy. Shut the fuck up. Shut your ass up and sew me a sweater, bitch. Sew me a fucking sweater.
The term Governor Hot Wheels socialized colloquialism in Texas. People on the left and right say it, okay? It's no secret. For those outside of Texas, it may have been a, oh my goodness moment, but there's some context. So U.S. Representative Jasmine Crockett, Democrat out of Texas, refused to apologize for a nickname she gave to the Texas governor during that event. Greg Abbott recently clarified that it had nothing to do with his wheelchair accessibility. While delivering remarks at the Human Rights Campaign's LA dinner on Saturday, Crockett decried the state of politics in a home state, referring to Abbott as Governor Hot Wheels. Now, Crockett's comment drew criticism from Republicans and disability rights groups. Crockett's counterpart in the Texas congressional delegation, Republican Representative Randy Weaver, said he would file a censure resolution against the Democratic Congresswoman in the U.S. House of Representatives. Quote, the story of our great governor of Texas is one of unwavering resilience and perseverance. Meanwhile, the actions of Jasmine Crockett, stooping to vile levels of discrimination and despicable political acts, are nothing short of reprehensible, the congressman told Fox News. On Tuesday, Governor Abbott reacted to Crockett's remarks during an interview on Fox News, telling Sean Hannity, quote, "It's another day, another disaster by the Democrats."
Sean Hannity. That's the last person you would want to report to. Sean Hannity? Really?
They...
Why don't we just call Bill O'Reilly? Why don't we call that motherfucker? Let's just put them all together. Shit. Put Bill O'Reilly and Sean Hannity in one room. And let's report to them. Oh, good Lord Jesus.
The reality is they have no vision, no policy. They have nothing to sell but hate, and Americans are not buying it. Well, damn, they turned that around quickly. All right, in a statement, Congresswoman Crockett clarified that a reference to Governor Abbott had nothing to do with his disability, which was caused by a 1984 accident in which a tree fell on him while on the run, causing permanent spinal damage. Quote, "I wasn't thinking about the governor's condition," Crockett wrote on X. She continued, "I was thinking about the planes, trains, and automobiles he used to transfer migrants into the communities led by black mayors.
It's awesome. It's amazing. It's amazing, right? How a white man can go up there and right, Donald Trump can say he'd grab a woman by the coochie, but yet Jasmine Crockett says, and it wasn't even meant for his condition, and yet one word slips out of her mouth. You're making this too easy for me to side with her, dog. You're making this way too easy for me to side with her. Way too easy. Because I knew what she meant. It took me a minute to know who the heck was she talking about. And since I'm not a Texarkana person, I've been to Texas one time, and ain't nothing but white folks in Texas. But at any rate, if a person is not talking about your condition, and the only thing she had negative to say is he's a hot mess, that's a black woman's lingo. It's the same thing as you might as well, a white woman might as well call a black man a nigger. That's what I would take it. Fight fire with fire, right?
Deliberately stoking tension and fear among the most vulnerable, end quote. The Texas attorney and lawmaker added, quote, literally the next line I said was, he was a hot ass mess, referring to his terrible policies. At no point did I mention or allude to his condition. So I'm even more appalled that the very people who unequivocally supported Trump, man who known for racially insensitive nicknames and mocking those with disabilities, are now outraged. Crockett challenged her critics over the comments about Abbott to, quote, keep that same energy for all people, not just your political adversaries. She added, quote, finally, this is yet another distraction. Instead of obsessing over and hanging on to every word, maybe my political foes should focus on doing the work of the people who elected us to improve their lives.
More than that, she takes the white lady took the word child as if she was talking to her. That's just how black people talk. But for some strange reason, people want to jump out the cannon, or yet what y'all will say, jump out the window quick than a motherfucker. It's quite weird. But yet, this is the year of white people crashing out. And I love it.
And Congresswoman, you are astute in your observation. They are utilizing incidents like this and incidents created by the right in order to basically distract from the reality that they are not delivering on the promises. How does this impact the cost of living?
Hold on. I got more. I have more. Darn you, Lisa. I'm so I'm sick of listening to this guy, but he's too funny.
Real black men carry with them the scars of a childhood that makes them hate every black woman. And then there's the Cartier family.
There was an article that just came out that said that actually the most educated demographic in this country right now is black women. So let me be.
That's not what we arguing about, bitch.
Actually, I wasn't even talking about that part. I was talking about where they tried to dunk on Jasmine Crockett for talking about how educated black women were in defense of DEI by saying, well, no, things up.
I think her response to immediately go to how black women earning demographic is completely irrelevant.
That was the
You're also the
dumbest shit I've
lowest,
ever
the least
heard.
married, and the lowest earning, but no one ever brings those stats up.
Also
But you want to
bullshit,
highlight
all type of
the paper, the education. It's like, come on, guys, let's really focus on the substance of an argument and stop pulling up, grasping for straws here.
Comedy writes itself. The comedy writes itself. And then there is Officer Tatum, who defended a woman for being in a black man's yard with her kids as he tried to pull into his driveway.
Kid here? Yeah. You do? What? I don't believe that. So where are you going? Rory, come on. Rory, come on.
I know you guys have seen the last couple of days I've made videos about Michelle Bishop, who's a young lady that was at the doorstep of what I consider to be a con artist. And she, in my opinion, honestly afraid because of the behaviors of this guy that lives there. And given the fact that he wanted to be a social justice warrior, in my opinion, and wanted clout and want to make it a race thing when this should have been over a day of.
Yard late at, huh? Oh, it was his house? Is she? At night, and he was coming home. He must have been going to sell them.
He's more than a hypocrite. Man, he's just a liberal piece of shit, retired police officer that just he doesn't need to have an opinion on anything. But then again, I'm too stoked on in my ways. If I had to do it all over again, I probably would have been in politics. Shh is in the building. How you been, sister girl? Mrs. Shh is in the building. How have you been, sister girl? But yes, he has no. I mean, the dude is. Ugh. I can't be in my political mind right now. Yes, liberal. He's not a. He no. I could be wrong. He could be a conservative. He could be a conservative, but white folks, when it comes to white folks, he's damn near liberal. He's definitely liberal. Ask his wife.
He wants to sell drugs. He was coming home from work. I got to dig deep into my bag on this one. A bag.
No, Lisa. No, see, I cuss too much. I cuss too much. I literally am fighting a war, fighting a battle that I know I should be winning. But this shit, if I can't win a war with Umar, how the hell am I gonna win in politics? That's just it's too much like of a I mean, you had to deal with this person, you had to deal with that person. Then they want you on, next thing you know, they want you on Tucker Carlton show. And then I had to deal with Tucker Carlton. I just don't want to deal with all that. I really don't. Maybe the gay dude, I forgot what his name was. No, he's not on CNN anymore. My bad. He's not on CNN anymore. I'm talking about the white dude. I ain't talking about the I forgot what his name was. But anyway, nah, and plus I had to deal with that LBGT, not Don Lemon, but thank you for giving me that name. Not Don Lemon, his boyfriend. The boyfriend that he gave the candle. He said happy birthday and gave Don Lemon a cake. And this dude blew out the cake on national television and gave this man a kiss. Good Lord Jesus. And we have to take our kids to school. And you know schools have televisions, right? What would have happened if they were to see that? What would our kids think? Our kids would be confused. They're confused now. Oh, please. I need some coffee. Can somebody donate to the coffee fund, please? Damn, what's up with that? Oh, man.
Hey, so deep, it's only eclipsed by Candace Owens herself.
And it's just response. God is good. Amen.
I've never seen that before, ever in my life. I mean, there's never been a time that I've...
I would let her go. I would let her go with that. I would let her go with that. Because that's something else. I would actually let her go with that. When she said God is good, you're supposed to say, and all the time, God is good. But if she said amen, I'll let her go. I will let her go with that.
Yelled out, God is good. But if somebody didn't answer, God is good.
So why do you say all the time back?
What year was Cash Money Records taken over for?
Oh gosh, I know the answer to this one.
Juvie. Like what?
Cash Money Records taken.
Not everybody knows or listens to Cash Money anymore. The only person they listen to is Lil Wayne. BG's gone. Juvenile, I don't know where he went. Baby's still around. He's a producer. Don't nobody listen to Manny Fresh. She don't know what this is weird.
You know what? The fuck? Now you're not talking about girl, you look good, won't you?
Yes. And then who's you? Put in the bag. I find you too, Stephen A. It wasn't so much that he was supportive of white supremacists and he was this racist and all of this stuff like people were saying. I didn't engage in that incendiary rhetoric because I've always believed that Donald Trump was just somebody who did things that were politically expedient. If supporting one side was going to generate votes for him, he would flow with it. And if it was not going to support his cause, he wasn't. It's just simple. It's just that simple. Now, there's a lot of you that I cannot mention and address by name, but
before we continue with this, I forgot to say, please follow this man, Reese Waters. This man does great commentary. And sometimes he makes me tickle my funny bone sometimes, but I mean he does a awesome good job, but I do not like that jersey in the back. Please get rid of that freaking jersey. I do not like that jersey.
I can get a whole lot of you because I remember y'all from being at that White House Black History Month celebration. Let me pick my bow tie. We at the White House. We back in here.
That's right. Y'all sat there and clapped when he nominated his pardon czar, of course, a real position, which I'm sure she'll be being paid for. A pardon czar after promising police and freezing the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice. Not to mention, y'all showed up in the first place after he threatened to cancel any and all Black History Month celebrations. This might be the first here and damn Black.
Hold on. Maybe, wait, hold on. Because I seen it earlier. Maybe if I just go to, y'all hit the like button when y'all coming. It's choppy for a reason. But let me go ahead and, because that's not the one I wanted. That's not the one I wanted. But that's a great example, though. That is a awesome, grand example. Oh no, you fucked up. No. Here's one of them. Okay. Here's one of them right here. I mean, she's all over the news. Miss Jasmine Crockett is all over the news. Miss Jasmine Crockett is all over the place and giving political speeches and all this other stuff. Maybe if I turn this on. She's giving all political speeches and all this other stuff, and people are challenging her left and right. I'm surprised. I'm starting to get used to this. I need better work. I need to do better. I need to do better work. But I just want to know why people hate on this woman so much. That's what I would like to know. Why do people hate on this woman so much? It doesn't make any type of sense. None whatsoever. So I think I found what I'm looking for. So let's get into it. By the way, this is just a reaction, so we're just reacting to shit, which is quite funny. I had my rant a little bit earlier. You weren't here for it, but some of these people are hypocrites. Let me just put it that way. Let me see.
Saturday.
Hello, Congresswoman.
Where's New York? Well, that sounds like fun.
Video taken by Downs and subsequently posted to X shows Downs trying to ask Crockett questions about whether she, quote, condemns violence related to the 500 plus planned Tesla takedown protest planned for Saturday.
Hello, Congresswoman.
Where's New York? Well, that sounds like fun.
Wait, Congresswoman Crockett. Congresswoman Crockett, you were recently on a Tesla takedown call calling for violence on the 29th. Would you like to clarify your comments?
I don't think you want to talk with. It don't sound like. Because I've gotten that many times. Actually,
you know, Lisa, we gonna try. We're gonna try our hardest. We're gonna try our damnedest to get Jasmine Crockett over to our side. We're gonna try. You know what? I'm gonna have to upgrade my political views. I'm gonna have to be a politician for a year. I'm gonna have to learn how to become a politician, just so I know what type of questions to fire off at this woman, just to piss Greg off. I'm gonna have her up on the show. I'm gonna have to clean up my image. You know, we got to clean it up. You know, watch my language. We're gonna have to have this woman up here, and we're gonna have to have Maxine Waters up there. God willing, if she's still alive, we're gonna have Maxine Waters up here, just to piss Greg off.
I would say throughout my teenage years,
Love ya.
That's how I was received.
by all women. Yeah. In my 20s, most of my 20s. I know that. Well, you gave me flashbacks watching that. Hey, you know what I mean? Just find you a good movie. You know what I mean? Find you like a blockbuster, one of the red box machines. You'll be all right.
As you can see,
Congressman, will you condone violence at the test?
So it was the grabbing of the phone. That was the assault, and the battery. The assault and the battery was the grabbing of the phone. What and the theft? What did she keep the phone? No, dignity and self-esteem.
Now you trying to harass the girl? God dang! Y'all trying to like physically, mentally, emotionally, mentally, and physically harass the woman? Hey, this is America.
I mean, did he have injuries?
Wait, hold on. Shut your ass up.
I mean, did he have injuries?
It went too fast. It appears that a permanent Democrat member of Congress, like Jasmine Crockett, chose to grab my phone after I asked her, what does that mean? Asked her to condemn the violence at Tesla showroom. They do not like black people. Why are black people doing some Congress shit? Why? Why are we even entertaining these people? Why? Can someone please answer these questions? Why do we waste our time? We should be doing our own independent shit. You do your shit over there, we do our shit over here. Maybe, again, Lisa, I don't know. I don't know. I'm too ignorant for these things. I'm way too ignorant. I am just way too freaking ignorant for these things. Because knowing me, my temperament, and my mouth, I'm ready to clock white boys. I'm ready to smack a white woman. That's what I'll say it again. I'll punch a white man in his mouth while smacking a white woman. Just like Red Man. He's wow. Yeah, I said it.
Oh, I'm hurt. Oh, my neck, my back, my neck, and my back. Oh, I want 150,000. So we can set our court right now for $20.
So those were the assault and battery injuries that came from the phone. Now, how did he take the photo if it was a theft? I'm just
exactly
Google Glass or something like that. Now, let's say that he was going to Capitol Police. It's the same. Whose question she doesn't like. In reality, Capitol Police should be protecting reporters from her after she assaulted one yesterday.
Does she have, my question is, for the work that she's doing, does she have protection? I'll ask again. For the work that she is doing, does she have protection? Lisa, you are my first guest for today. You are my first guest. Could you please assist yourself in bringing your wonderful, kind self up to the podium? Could you please have your wonderful, oops, I didn't mean to end it. Could you please escort your wonderful, fine self, gifted self, up onto the podium so we can have a conversation. I forgot they got this new technology crap going on that I'm paying $44 for that most times don't even work. Lisa, would you be so kind as to join me up on the podium? You see the raccoon stuff Officer Tatum and Marquise Wells are on. Yeah, I see it. And quite frankly, it's quite disturbing, but yet we haven't gotten to that yet. We haven't gotten to that yet. I'm not seeing your chat. Okay, I'm gonna text you, my dear, because obviously this is struggle streaming. We're struggle streamers. So,
I actually like that idea. I like that. I like that idea. If they were to protect the reporters from her, you know what I mean, make sure nobody can get close to reporters, have them, you know, have Bloomer and Downs and all them at bay. That would probably, yeah, that would probably work. Go ahead and follow that one. Yeah, we'll go with that one. You didn't think about that, did you? No, you didn't. You didn't. How much money do American taxpayers pay per day to fund Princess Jasmine Crockett's personal United States Capitol Police security detail? You know, it's funny you should mention that. How much taxpayers have to pay for security detail? Would you like to continue that thread? Because she was at work. You should hear what taxpayers have to pay for politicians going golfing. Go, Short. Could happen. Go. I would. You want to go there? Is that what you want to do? Now, if you gave me a choice whether Jasmine Crockett should grab the phone or kept pushing, I obviously would have strongly preferred that she kept it pushing, because I don't want to give them a reason to continue to come for her the way that they have been. And they have seen the way they will collect if there is any opening whatsoever.
what are you talking about, bro? Let me read your sissy your little comment here. It's shameful, man. Yo, We-On-Loc will support any black woman, dog. You might as well call them out their name. Black bitch, y'all. You might as well support any black bitch, y'all. Outside of the Umar circle, no matter what. It's embarrassing, bro. Why does Umar have to be in every conversation? Maybe if I brung in good old Jesse Jackson, I am a somebody. I don't rightfully know who I am, but I am somebody. If I were to mention Jesse Jackson, would that make you feel better, Craig? Would that make you feel better? Wouldn't it make you feel better? Or better yet, you know, let's name somebody else. Would it make you feel better if it were Jesse Lee Peterson? If it were Jesse Lee Peterson, would it make you feel better? Huh? It would. It would. So if I were to do a thing on Jesse Lee Peterson, right? Excuse me. I want to give honor to God, and I want to tell black folks that racism does not exist. Racism does not exist because we all come from God. We all come from God. Even though I wanted to well, I ain't gonna go there. because it's well proven and well documented that Justice Lee Peterson was into some other stuff. But nah, bro. I ain't gotta even put that on the forefront. I'm not gonna even I ain't gonna put that on the forefront or the background. No, fuck that. That is just on the gay side, and nah, I can't do it. I sipping on what? What am I sipping? I'm married. What do I got to be sipping for? That don't make no sense.
Huh? She said what?
Y'all know we got Governor Hot Wheels down there. Come on now. And the only thing hot about him is that he is a hot ass mess, honey. So yes.
So you really see that was a compliment because Hot Wheels and Micro Machines was the vehicle of choice for my childhood. And really it was Hot Wheels because I don't know how they made Micro Machines popular. Like, how about we just give you a smaller car that costs less money, but we gonna charge more for it? I don't know how that was a thing. Focus. No, we're not talking about that. Look, you have to separate Greg Abbott from what was said. Okay, Greg Abbott is the kind of person that will round up migrants in a bus and send them across state lines. Their future and well-being be damned to prove a political point. You know what I mean? He is the kind of person that is very aggressive in his voter suppression tactics. Just ask the people at LULAC. Yeah, we have seen it. That is the kind of person that Greg Abbott is. That being said, there are a lot of people who are in Greg Abbott's condition, and quite frankly, they didn't deserve to get brought into this mess. After consulting with my client, I would like to say that that was wrong, and she should not have said that. See how easy that is, Mega? See how easy that was? It's that easy. You don't have to both sides everything. It's literally that. Never take a win now, can you? Here comes Tony Lauren. Make fun of a governor in a wheelchair. New low unlocked by Ratchet.
This ugly bitch.
Jasmine. You know, I just said what I said. I didn't have to both sides everything. But let's do this, because for a party that cheered the attack on Paul Pelosi, you know, has such sensitivity when it comes to political rhetoric. That was actual violence that was cheered, and now you choose to come for Jasmine Crockett in support of a president who openly mocked a reporter with disabilities, and there was no questioning, no gray area about that whatsoever. But here's where I want to go with you, and I'm surprised to see you, Tony Line, because normally you like to come for black men, so it's interesting to see you over in these waters. I guess black men been quiet for a while, but in any event, so you chose to call her Ratchet, and you weren't alone in that method of attack.
I want to go ahead and play this clip of Jasmine Crockett calling Governor Abbott Governor Hot Wheels. Now she's trying to say, oh, you know, I didn't do nothing. My name is Jasmine Crockett. I didn't do nothing.
She's a victim.
Look at all these white folks just getting in the mix. Look at all that. I'm telling you, if white people were to slap a white woman were to slap a black woman in the face, you expect a black woman not to retaliate. Well, this ain't them times anymore, sister girl. This ain't them times. Now, granted, she is supposed to be professional at all times, but at some point in time, even Thurgood Marshall had his limits. Yes, even Jackie Robinson had his limits. and he probably would. I mean, he suffered through what, 2 strokes dealing with white folks. I mean, I'm surprised that Thurgood Marshall didn't have a heart attack by trying to survive dealing with these white people. I'm surprised at that.
How dare you? How dare you say that I was disrespecting the man in the wheelchair?
I just had to stop us down right here. The lack of self-awareness that it takes to mock Jasmine Crockett by saying she's getting put down by the white man, as you put her down as the white man. You, a white man, are making fun of the way Jasmine Crockett communicates, and in doing so, saying she got put down by the white man. That's where we at. You know what I mean? That's where we at. They don't even see that. How can you expect them to realize the hypocrisy as MAGAs to be in this space coming for Jasmine Crockett when they don't even see that? Now, how about this? We're gonna go next level, because I hit you with hypocrisy 101. How about let's go hypocrisy 102 right here. Okay, so right now, Jasmine Crockett is ghetto again, which is funny because that's how it started. It started with her being ghetto. Then they did a detour into she's too well educated, like she's not from the hood. Y'all remember when they tried that? Now she's back to ghetto again. And as I told you before, consistency is never MAGA.
Oh, well, I mean, we can look at it 2 different ways, but oh my goodness, she is saving the day. Oh my gosh. My prayers have been answered. Oh, good Lord heaven. Welcome to We-On-Loc Nation. I already know who this is. Is this my sweet auntie?
Hey, nephew.
Hi. Please save me from Craig. Please. No, I'm just playing.
What do you want of me? What do you want of me?
Just save me. Save me. I'm drowning. I'm drowning from all.
We don't pay Craig any attention. He can't help it. I mean, I've never seen Craig speak anything positive about any Black woman, especially Jasmine Crockett. I don't know what she did to him to frustrate him and make him angry, but she must have did something.
Well, we all know Craig's a hater, but I'm speaking in a general sense. Like, why do white folks generally hate on this woman so much?
I think it's because she's outspoken and she speaks the truth and she backs it up with facts. It's okay for the white women to sit up there and tell her, come on, let's take it outside. How ratchet is that? How ghetto and unprofessional is that? It's okay for somebody to sit up and talk about what she looks like, but it's not okay for her to talk about them. They don't like what she's saying and the questions she's putting before them. So they try to deflect and make it about something else while acting like they're not convening in the committees.
There was a woman named Lauren Thomas, some crazy looking white woman like that every Black woman wants to have sex with, which is disgusting. But this is the same woman, mind you, that said that the Black Panthers were a violent group of people, but yet they don't burn crosses. They haven't crucified anyone. They have not hung in nuisance any white crackers. But yet they have their they practice medicine. Well, they got practicing medicine from the Moors. They literally are a defensive group. You mess with them, they're going to mess with you right back. It's more like a counter group, but they call them terrorists. But Jasmine Crockett, when she said what she said about Governor Greg Newsom or whatever his name is, about the whole Hot Wheels thing, not mentioning his disability, but just saying in all general, he's a hot mess. That's light work compared to what all these other people are saying to her, those on the Republican side. But now you got black people in the mix. It's disgusting. I would just like to know what is so special about this woman that you will go balls out to calling her every name in the book. And oh by the way, Michelle Obama is no different. You call Michelle Obama a man, but I'm gonna let you rock.
Who?
Huh?
Who said Michelle Obama was a man?
Pretty much everybody.
Wow. It's sad how easily people can be programmed with subliminal messages. I think that a lot of it has to do with it's okay for me to do it, but it's not okay for you to do it. Oh, we're going to judge this black woman a lot harsher than we do the white women. You don't ever hear them playing up what the white women do. Actually, there's somebody else. MTG should have been censored a long time ago for some of the rhetoric that she said on the House floor, not just in committees. But of course, Jasmine is doing something wrong. The same thing happened with AOC, Alexandria, when she came in the freshman class, and that was back in 2018. And Jasmine reminds you of AOC. Craig is correct about that. She really does remind you because AOC was everywhere advocating. My thing is the message that she's sending. I mean, people, want to make her ghetto. And how many white women do you see that are ghetto? Many, but you never talk about that. We that's part of the problem. We can't support each other. Everybody on Capitol Hill is a mouthpiece. That's their job. It's her job to fight for the people. And what she is doing, she is standing up to the presidency that's destroying this country that a lot of people seem to be okay with. They're okay with the terrorists, and they're okay with people being on these secret calls that should be classified, being leaked. All of that stuff is okay. But let Jasmine Crockett say something. Oh, wow. It's a sin and a shame. And to me, I see it as jealousy and them wanting to silence. You think about it. Anytime you see a person that stands up to them and they speak the truth, they have to discredit them and tear them down. And some of us as Black people, we jump on that bandwagon right with them.
Here we go. And go. Go ahead, Craig. Go ahead. Talking shit.
Well, I'm listening, man. She was just talking. Let the woman finish.
Oh, my bad, damn.
Go ahead, Craig.
I was listening. I was listening as I tapped in.
My bad, Craig.
Listening.
Damn, you don't have to chop my head off. Fuck.
I'm just saying shit. Like, I ain't trying to cut her off. Let her talk. She was going in.
Go ahead.
Go
ahead, ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am.
Oh, I'm finished for now.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, though, Craig. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Nah, no problem. I was listening. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I disagree with about 99.99%.
We all knew that.
You know what I mean? Shit, but I was still listening.
We all knew that, but you didn't come up here for nothing. So go on with your comedy, Craig.
Nah, I came up because you was talking all that shit. You know what I'm saying?
How?
That's why I came up. But
how?
Hey, Craig.
What's up?
I'm gonna tell you something. I know Locke is sitting over there laughing. That's why he doesn't have his face up on the screen, because he's been trying to get me and you back up here with Jasmine Crockett for a minute. You don't fool me, Locke.
I mean, I don't know why.
See, this is where I say, why are you dry snitching? See, this is not right. This is not right at all. Well, maybe
you wasting your
have
time,
a
bro.
soft spot, and I just want to listen to you guys speak. Is this so wrong?
Listen, you wasting your time, bro. Because for one, Jasmine Crockett, she ain't gonna come up here and talk to you for one. And even if she did, I don't have any interest on talking to her because she won't answer any questions. Period. As soon as I start bringing up,
doesn't answer questions, Chris. She's been answering questions for what, 10, 20, 10 years?
Bro, you don't understand, bro. She's a puppet. You don't understand. She's AOC. AOC was a puppet. Look at AOC right now. She's going against the Democrats. Why do you think they replaced her? Jasmine Crockett, Jasmine Crockpot is the fucking replacement. Period. She's the replacement.
For whom? For whom?
For AOC. For AOC. For AOC. She's AOC's replacement. Period. Everybody knows that. Anybody that been following politics for the last 15 years understands she's the replacement. Period. Look at AOC right now. She's going against the Democrats. She's looking at this shit like, yo, how the fuck have I been sitting here backing y'all niggas for all these years? She said it herself, bro.
This hermaphrodite looking.
Listen. AOC said it herself probably a month ago. She said it herself. She said, yo, how the fuck are we supposed to convince people on the left that people on the right are so bad when people from both sides can look and tell that people on the left are doing exactly the same thing that you're accusing the other side of doing?
I think you like her because she's Mexican.
Come on, bro. No, bro. No, I told you already. I don't fuck with either side. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. I look at both sides and I come up with my own conclusion. White, black, Mexican, Asian, Indian.
Okay, so
alien. It doesn't matter.
What's so different about her that's not so different about Jasmine Crockett? Please tell me.
Nothing.
That's
the
difference
between the two? You know what the difference between the two is?
What?
The month? No. Listen, the difference between the two of them is the month, the day, and the year. That's it. That's the only difference. Out with the old, in with the new. That's the difference. Period. Out with the old, in with the new. AOC was the old. I thought she was a crazy ass bitch from the beginning. And now they got this other bitch called Jasmine Crockett. She's the new one. She's the new one. She's hot and fresh, right out the oven. And they using her every second they can get. And she's taking all them checks, nigga. That's why she's worth what she's worth in dollars. Same with AOC, same with all of them. How the fuck she's worth all this money and she only makes about $100,000 a year through her fucking congressional check? Nigga, how the fuck you worth almost $10 million and you only make about $100,000 a year, and you only been in Congress a few years? Man, get the fuck out of here, man. We all know what's going on. Pay attention, man. It don't matter who it is.
You want to counteract that or so, or do you agree with Craig on this one?
Well, let him finish.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, that's basically my point. It's out with the old and in with the new. It's the same old program. You think white folks is stupid? Listen, white folks ain't dumb. All they gotta do is get a black person up there or a brown person up there to quote unquote represent the people, and y'all niggas is gonna jump through hoops to fucking defend them.
Who said that I defended this woman?
Nigga, look at your girl down there in Fulton County, Atlanta. She just got fucking. She's still in there, nigga. How the fuck y'all niggas vote her back in there? How y'all do that? How y'all niggas do
Craig,
that, bro?
Craig, you
Y'all
realize
voted her back in.
you forgot. Hold on, bro. You forgot I'm not a politician, so I don't know what the
Nigga,
hell you're talking about.
that's
The only
why
person that I know, that's the only person that I know for certain is this woman because it's being jammed down our throats every day.
bro. That's why I called you a simp because it doesn't matter what she does as long as she's a black woman. You're gonna support her. That's some
What
simp shit, bro.
I don't have the right to
No,
listen.
no,
I don't have the right to listen.
you're not listening. And you're just
No,
looking.
I don't listen. I don't have that right to listen and analyze what this woman is saying. Is that what you're trying to say?
You're
You
not
sound like
listening.
them dudes up there on the Peep show talking about they don't listen to us. Like, what the hell?
My point with you is you're not listening. You're just looking. You look at the television and you see a black woman and you automatically support. You don't do any research behind it.
Craig,
You
just
don't
said the
care
word.
about the
You
research
just said
behind
that
it.
one word, dude. No. Don't say that.
What word?
Because the one word that you said was what? Listening. How can I listen when you telling me for 1.5 seconds that I'm sipping on it? I haven't even listened to a fucking word that she's absolutely had to say.
Then why are you doing?
And I can't even challenge her on it. I can't challenge her on or anything because you keep calling me a fucking simp.
Bro, you're the one that started the whole live stream supporting the bitch.
I didn't
Respectfully.
support. That's not support. How can I support somebody that I don't even know about?
Bro, you spent the last 30 minutes defending
That's
her.
30 minutes. Oh Lord Jesus.
30
minutes.
You spent the last whatever it was. It could have been longer. I don't even remember. You went live at what, 9 o'clock? You spent the last hour and motherfucking 21 minutes supporting her.
No,
So
I was talking about Umar at first.
Come on, dog.
I was talking about Umar at first, and I was talking about him and the whole stupid ass Sukihana thing for at least 30 minutes. And then I started getting on the whole Jasmine Crockett shit.
My bad.
You spent
the last 57 minutes. My bad, man. It's been about 57 and 37 seconds. Yeah, man. My bad, brother.
Ain't this about something? Lisa, I'm gonna go fill up my cup with some Jack Daniels. Would you please talk to this dude, please? Jack! Hey, Jack! Get your ass over here. Fill up my cup, man.
Well, I mean, it's a lost cause. You can't talk to Craig because Craig has decided what Craig has decided. Me personally, I refuse to justify or apologize for how I see a person. Just because someone else sees it that way doesn't mean I have to. There is some validity to some of what Craig says. AOC, when she popped on the scene in 2018, he is correct. The exact same thing. She was everywhere. Every time you turned around, you saw her in that red lipstick everywhere. So I don't disagree with everything that Craig says. I disagree with some things. I disagree with why is it that just because they're a black woman, they have to be degraded? Why is it always negative, bad, negative? Not one time have I heard you, Craig, say anything positive or good about any black woman.
No, that's not true. Come on.
I said, I haven't heard you. And you've been coming up a while. You've been around for a little minute now.
Well, you're talking about black women that are in the public eye. I have plenty of black women in my life.
Well, I'm
So
talking
you
about
you
on
don't you
other
don't know you
streams,
really don't.
not just people up in the public eye. In the chats, you and Sugar Bum were going back and forth at it about that exact thing just a few days ago, and it wasn't about a public figure.
Right, it was general. It was basically generalizations about black women and black men. Yeah, Sugar Bum doesn't like black men. She made that pretty apparent. She says she's a feminist. So I
And
mean,
the way you come off, you seem like you don't like black women.
I mean that might be how you perceive it to be. That I don't like black women by how I quote come off, but I'm very clear on how I speak, and I'm talking about a specific type of black women, not the type of black woman that I care for in my life.
Well, now I didn't go there. That's you that went there. I didn't, I'm not trying to go all off into that because that's not my thing. I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
But I will say this is that regardless of if she's the new AOC or not, we sit up and we let these white women get a free pass, no matter how loud, how disrespectful, how ghetto and stupid they sound. MTG is one prime example. She can sit up and say whatever she wants to say to Jasmine Crockett, and nobody says anything about her being ghetto. Look at some of the things that she's done on the House floor. Totally inappropriate, should be censored, but that's okay. As much as she runs her mouth, nobody says anything about her, because she's fighting for the side that wants to destroy the country.
So you this nigga. So okay, so the way I'm looking at what you just said right now, right? I'm looking at this like, okay, the side that's giving Crockpot any kind of pushback is from the right, and
No, that's not what I said.
yeah, you're saying that nobody comes
No,
at
I didn't say right or left. I said the ones that are trying to destroy the country. You just had 7 Democrats vote for the debt ceiling to pass. So I'm not just talking about Republicans or Democrats. I'm talking about across the board. All Democrats don't agree with all Democrats. All Republicans don't agree as well. I'm talking about the people who are trying to destroy this country and doing a good job of it. I'm not saying Democrat or Republican, because Democrats jumped the fence over here with Republicans. Just did it. Chuck Schumer is a prime example.
okay, now I'm a little bit confused. So are you a Democrat politically?
No.
So you're independent?
Yes.
Okay, so you're just okay. All right. So I kind of see where you're. All right, so you're just basically like you're pro-black, regardless.
No.
So if Jasmine
No.
Crockett was a Republican, then you would be 100% behind her.
I don't I'm not pro-black. If Jasmine Crockett was white and doing what she was doing, I would be saying the same things. Just because you're a black person doesn't mean you get my vote, you get my approval or my agreement, because I don't agree with a lot of things that a lot of black people say or do. It's on a it's on an individual basis thing that I look at.
Yeah, you got white independents. You got white independents too now, bro.
I don't know. That seems kind of that seems kind of wishy-washy, because if you understand the similarities between AOC and how AOC came out of nowhere for the Democratic Party, and all of a sudden years later we have Jasmine Crockett, who came out of nowhere for the Democratic Party after she went against the Democratic Party. So it's like it kind of seems that you're like center left versus independent. You know what I
Well,
mean? Like it seems it doesn't make sense because it's the same playbook.
Just say,
Regardless who it is, it seems like it's the same playbook. It's like deja
just
vu all
say
over
you
again.
don't want
Well,
a
just
woman,
because
a
you don't
woman Congress
understand
to
it
speak.
doesn't mean it's that way. Just because that's your perception, Craig, one person, that's your perception. That is not necessarily reality. That's what you get. That doesn't make it reality.
No, you're right. You're right. I'm just looking at it from my, like you said, from my perspective as somebody who's in the middle. I'm not Republican or Democrat. I can give
Okay,
two
you
fucks
say
about
you're
either
in the
one of
middle.
them. So that's why I look at both sides and I make my agreement. I like Republicans. I like certain Republicans. I like certain Democrats. So I look at both of them for what they are. So from like you said, from my perspective, I'm looking at Jasmine Crockett and I'm saying, oh, I know what this is right here. I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to run a game on me. I see that shit. It doesn't matter if she's a woman, if she's a black woman, a white woman, Indian,
Exactly
if she's a
right.
black man, gay. It doesn't matter. For me, I'm looking at this shit. I'm like, hold on a minute. This is AOC all over again. They're trying to run another 10-year playbook on us. And I'm like, nah, I'm not falling for that. That's on my end, for me being in the middle. I'm not Republican or Democrat. I'm not registered Republican. I'm not registered Democrat. So for me, it's like, I see the
But look at
playbook.
it. Look at it this way. Look at it this way, Craig. In about 8 more years, it's not going to matter. It's
No,
not
in
going to
8
matter
more
anymore.
years, in 8 more years, Jasmine Crockett is gonna be gone, and there's gonna be a new one. That's what's gonna happen in it. And let's see
I mean,
let's
they're
see
going to have
who
a
catches
place.
on, nigga.
Like, she's no different from Maxine Waters. She's going to have a position, but I'm saying when it
Bro,
comes to all this doom and gloom bullshit that's happening right now, but for in front of our very eyes, it's not going to matter at all because we don't set aside our petty differences for shit anyway. We don't want to be. We don't want to be truly independent. We don't want to vote as a group independently. So what does it matter? What is it going to matter? My only thing is, Greg, I haven't I don't I'm not a politician, as I told you before. So I have to literally sit there and listen and try to analyze what these people are talking about. But right now it's no different from YouTube. Everybody wants to argue and fuss and fight, and white folks think they slick. They're not. They're totally not.
bro, keep it
They're
real,
fucking
bro.
not.
Keep
I,
it real,
I
bro.
played the game too long. I'm 44 years old. I played this game too long. I've been called nigga
Keep it
I've been
real,
called nigga
bro.
long enough times to know that I've been played all along by white folks. Literally.
Bro. If Jasmine Crockett if Jasmine Crockett wasn't black, if she was some Spanish woman, you would not be talking about her right now. You would not have a live stream about her right now.
Hold on, you haven't known me long enough
The
to even say
only
that.
reason why you talking about her, bro, right now is because she's a black woman getting dragged on the media by white folks and black folks, bro. And you find a problem with that. Just keep it real, bro. You find a problem with her getting dragged as a black woman, and you like, yo, nah, I'm gonna defend this sister.
Wrong.
Come on, man.
Good
Nah,
Lord.
nigga.
So the moment I listened to one word, a couple of videos that I'm supposed to be kissing this woman's ass. Really? Is that where we're going?
Yeah, that's what you've been doing, nigga.
Okay.
As a self-proclaimed
so.
something, if you said it yourself that you're not into politics. So if
When
you're not
this
into
woman-
politics,
this woman said clearly, right?
nigga, how you defending
Hold
somebody
on.
that's in politics?
Hold on. When this woman had the nerve to say we shouldn't get a $5,000 check, I looked at her side eye like, is you crazy? If the government was going to give black folks $5,000, and she had the nerve to turn around and say $5,000 ain't gonna go nowhere, especially when the person has a job. People don't have jobs. People are struggling to get jobs. $5,000 can absolutely it can't go that far, but it can go far enough, according to black people. That's why I was giving her the side eye. But Yeah, you said these words, and I wrote them down on a piece of paper. You said that I'm simping for the bitch. That's what you're basically saying. There's a lot of things that I agree and I disagree about.
It looks
Come
like
on,
that
bro.
simp chip. That simp chip is beeping like a motherfucker right about now. That's what it seemed like, man.
I'm
I'm
not
just telling you
you.
what it seemed like.
I'm not you. I don't cape for these white people. I don't.
Nigga, why you trying to
You
switch
people
that
want
shit?
to kiss Dolly Parton's titties. You kiss Dolly Parton's titties if you had don't even try to kiss Dolly Parton was right in front of your face and them titties dangling. You be like, let me kiss them titties.
Yo.
Dang, we gonna lock. Why it gotta be that we kissing white people or somebody kissing white people because we don't agree or someone make this?
Here we go.
We ain't even talk about them. We ain't even talk about them. We can get to them later.
I'm stating a point. I'm stating a point. If you love white, that you, Craig, you kiss more white ass than you would do black ass. Admit to it.
Wow.
Disrespect.
You would. You absolutely positively would.
You can't name one situation where I would kiss a white man's ass over a black man's.
Why
I
is
ain't
it
kissing nobody's ass, nigga. I'll sleep in the motherfucking
woods?
woods.
A black
nigga.
woman, you always get
I'll be
on my
alright.
ass about being a simp. Why is it that when it's a particular black woman, you always get on me about some shit? It doesn't matter who it is.
Why? I'll tell you why right now, bro. Give me a second. Give me 10 seconds, bro.
Go ahead.
The reason why I do that is because they could be 100% in the wrong, and you'll automatically say they're in the good, and the man is in the bad. Right off the bat, it doesn't even matter. You was doing that 1,000 times plus one before Umar had this whole fucking child support situation going on. That was the only time I seen you switch up. That's the only. Every other time it was y'all black men don't deserve black women. Y'all black men don't deserve black women. All of a sudden, once Umar got this case going on, nigga, you jump shit. You threw the motherfucking life jacket on, nigga. You had your motherfucking rubber duckies with you, and you jumped off the motherfucking bow of the ship, nigga. That's why I say that.
Did he say rubby duckies?
Straight up, nigga. Straight up, nigga threw his rubber duckies on. All of a sudden, he wants to hold women accountable. Like, what the fuck? Where the fuck was this energy at 2 months ago, my nigga? The fuck? This shit was a one-way street. It was We-On-Loc Avenue, one way, nigga, with the arrow, one way, nigga. And now all of a sudden, this motherfucker turned this shit into a junction where you can turn all kind of ways and shit. Like, nah, nigga. Nah, bro. That's what, you know what I'm saying? You know that shit's real, dog. You know that shit's real, dog. This niggas is calling a red pill and shit, all this other shit now. So, you know what I mean?
I don't know why the fuck you laughing for. I haven't gotten in that ass yet, Paul.
Come on,
but
man.
Wait. Chris.
I'm not lying. I'm not lying. Come on, man.
First and foremost, I don't know if you were there earlier, but you didn't hear what I said about Anissa. And I'm not so even supposed to be even discussing about that woman. First and
We're not
foremost,
talking about his daughter, bro. We're not talking about
oh,
his
no,
daughter.
no, no, no,
Women in general.
no. She's 22 years old. She's a black woman. She's a
Don't nobody care about her. Who cares about her? Who the fuck is that?
She's a black woman, right?
Oh my god. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
But regardless, are we talking about women in general? Because you know I don't do that.
You was talking about women in general, bro, for the last 10, 12 days. You was talking about how women don't let their fathers or their kids see the child XYZ. We already know that was happening for years. But you was mocking men saying that they were complaining about it until it happened to Umar. And then all of a sudden it's a problem
why?
for black
Do you
men.
know why? Do
Niggas
you
been
know why?
talking about that shit for like fucking 50 years, bro. You never had an issue with it until it happened to
No.
Umar.
50 years. We weren't born 50 years ago. Stop. First of all, first and
Bro, but
foremost.
the videos
Second of
is
all,
out there. The videos is out there.
so videos has been out there for 50 years. Show me the first video that's been made for 50 years, Craig.
Look it
Show
up,
me the
nigga.
first video.
YouTube it. YouTube it, nigga. YouTube, you gonna see some, you gonna, nigga, you gonna
50 years.
YouTube that
And
shit, nigga. You gonna see some
I was born in
motherfucking
1980, my guy.
480p, motherfucker. Bro,
I need
YouTube,
some more Jack. I need some
bro,
more Jack Daniels.
nigga, YouTube, fathers in the home in the black community, 1970, 1960, you gonna see videos of black women saying they do not need a man in the house. Period. This shit's been going on for long before I was born.
Yeah,
Yes.
Back then.
Yes, nigga. Yes, the videos is out there. The children that was out there back then, they're probably like 70 years old right now. But back then they was 20 years old talking about they do not need a man in the house. Period. Black women, nigga. Period.
Because
Period.
what's his name? Fred Hampton used to speak about that, speak on against that, because the reason why the government was setting it up like that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what the Black Panthers used to talk about a lot.
Come on, man. This shit is nothing new. That's why I told you I don't argue about this shit. Y'all niggas can make y'all channels and argue about. I'm not gonna argue about this shit. The evidence is out there. They've been saying this shit for fucking 30 years before I was even born. Saying they don't need a man. Why they don't need a man? Sugar Bum told you why they don't need a man in the house, because the government's gonna come by and they're gonna drop them off a check. Sugar Bum told you that in the chat room. She told you that. The black man can't support the family the way that the government can. She told you that. That's why black women are leaving their men left and right. And they're running to the fucking white government for fucking checks.
She's a
Period,
feminist.
nigga.
I don't listen to feminists. I just support her.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I can separate the person from the sin. Just like if she was gay, I can separate the human being from the sin.
Okay,
let's see. I'm reading into your bullshit, Vaughn. Craig, I'm reading into your bullshit.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm reading.
But I'm
just calling out bullshit.
You're gonna give me a chance? You're gonna give me a chance or what?
Come on, man. You're not gonna do the research.
You want me to pick a side, right? You want me to pick your opposite?
No. He didn't say pick a side
over there. You want me to side over there, or you want me to side over here, motherfucker? Pick.
No, that's not what he's saying. He's saying, can you answer the question? He's saying you was one way, and then all of a sudden something happened to Dr. Umar. You switch sides. He's saying we trying to figure out
something different. You nut them compoop.
Oh my God,
that was way something different.
Okay.
When it comes to people, let's acknowledge this right now. When I'm gonna acknowledge Lapeef, fuck it. Mm-hmm. When it comes to Lapeef, I think that JR is very biased when it comes to certain topics because it's always a woman topic, unless it's Thursday night and he does an All Kings talk. It's All King talk on Thursdays, but when it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, it's all how can we hold a woman accountable? That's biasm to me. That's just biasm.
Why do you keep focusing on that?
Fair. But why
do you keep focusing on that though?
You know what? That's a good question.
That's why. How many times did I tell you in your chat room that you love to punish yourself? You constantly bro. I know you constantly seek out the content that fucking angers you. You're not looking for You're not looking for content that balances the scales. You're not. You're specifically seeking out content that makes you angry, and you're biased. So that bias is leaning you towards certain type of content. You're not looking at the middle, bro. You're not, bro. You're not looking at the middle. You're looking for this nigga focuses on Anton, Lennon, Lapeef, like Tommy.
There's very few times that I focus on Anton. Anton is
Come
not
on,
even
man,
on my
bro,
radar.
bro. Not I told you to look up, bro. I specifically told you to react to a specific video that balances the scales, and you completely ignored that shit, and you kept running with
My bad,
content
my
that
bad. Well,
angers you.
which one was it? Which one was it?
No, it ain't about that. It ain't about that. It's about the fact that you're not trying to balance the scales, bro. You're not trying to hear both sides of the story. You're like the cop that shows up to the door and just listens to one side of the story and it makes an arrest. You're not trying to listen.
Dude,
You're not.
how can I do that when it's
What the
constantly,
fuck?
dude? How can I balance the scales when it's constantly like this each and every single day?
It's
How
not.
can I?
It's not. That's my point. It's not. There's two sides of the shit, nigga. There's two sides of YouTube. You're only focusing on one. That's
Yeah,
my point.
I can't help it. I can't find nothing that's like name something. If I go to divested zealots, they're gonna talk about hanging black men by a fucking thread. But if
So
I
why do you
go
keep
over
going
here,
there?
He said,
Have
look
you?
for content. He said, don't just look for content that arouse emotions. He said, look for content, and if you do, look for also content that uplift your goal. If you're trying to uplift the community, look for content to uplift the community. If you say you're about business,
that's a very hard thing. It's a very hard thing to do because not everybody focuses on the negative. This is the reason why I said it earlier.
It's a simple search, bro.
Right,
That's my point. It's a simple
I know
search.
it's
You're just not
I
searching for it.
know
he also, and also We-On-Loc, he also saying he sent you stuff. And you did not.
Yeah.
You got caught up. He's saying you caught up in your emotions that you can't even see, even when things come to you and someone is trying to help you out. But the first thing you say,
did you send it in the back chat?
But he's the first thing that this gets me when people send you things or send not just this to you, but because I have done it. It gets
and I got it.
People when people send things to someone, they completely ignore it. But then the first thing that come out their mouth, they helping the black community, the black this. Well, someone sent you things. Someone sent you stuff to edify you. But then the first thing, black people ain't doing things for each other.
It don't make no sense. Exactly, Vaughn. It don't make no sense, bro. It's like, come on, man.
All right,
It don't make no sense.
Craig, look in the back chat. Look in the back chat. So with that being said, I understand what you're saying, but are you guys listening to what I said? It is very hard to balance the scale when everyone, not just black men, but black women as well. And Umar even talks about the demonic things that are happening in front of our very eyes. He talks about the demonic things that are occurring because of that spirit. If you're not a spiritual person, then you're not gonna acquiesce to the things that he is saying because you're not in tune to your spirituality. It's happening before our very eyes. And you're right. You're absolutely right. I am acknowledging that you are right, that it has been hitting me as of late. But maybe I am researching the wrong thing. Maybe I am. And that's the reason why I told you to look at that.
He said,
yeah, we know you are, nigga, because this shit is one side of the fence, nigga. Constantly. There's
it is one side. Yeah, it is one. It is
nigga,
one side.
But I feel you like I know a lot of people just like you, bro. The niggas just love to vent.
Right.
Niggas love to vent, bro. They if there's something makes them angry, they're like, oh, I gotta go in on this. I gotta go in. You know what I'm saying? And that's just how you are, bro.
I
Like, you know what I'm
thought
saying?
niggas love content.
But the
niggas.
thing is, but the thing is, like you said, it's hard. Of course, it's hard. We all on this panel know things are hard. We all workers, and work is not easy. But if you really want to show love and you got love for the people, you'll get around those hard situations that come your way. But it seems like what he is describing is you only focus on things that is easy for your emotions, and then your emotions get aroused, and then you come out and vent. And those things. Let's be honest. You can say what you want about Leonard, but look at the content, the way he forms it. I was seeing the other day. He had at least 1,000 people in there watching him. There's no way he's sitting there just saying one thing and have 1,000 people looking at him, viewing him at one time. He is working, and whatever how you disagree, he is forming his content that brings people in, that people like it, regardless of what you agree or disagree. He's not one. He's forming his content that is you can see, even though he's talking about Dr. Umar. But listen to the other things that he says. Even I had to look because I was like, how in the world he's having 1,000 people sitting in there? What is he talking about? And the way he was forming his content, it wasn't one-sided and in this emotion like what Greg is describing. And
Lisa, I need your help. I need you to balance this shit out.
Yo, Lisa gotta come in. Lisa gotta come in with the water. Man, she gotta come in with some water.
We not getting on you, yo. We just trying to. We just having a conversation.
Lisa, help me!
Unfortunately, I take the fifth.
Oh God! Oh man, Cole, why you? Oh, so he leaves.
He left.
Yeah, he left.
He know what it is. Come on, man. This nigga, bro.
Come on back, La. Come on back.
Time,
what? Wait a minute, La.
I'm sorry, my button was sticking. But anyway.
Have we not had our conversations about this?
Yes.
Okay, so what are you doing?
I just said
Why?
Well, what? I mean,
we already have discussed this. It's not necessary.
I know.
And she
so
sure,
okay,
I remember that too, Lisa. It was something. Y'all, I remember y'all we had this type of conversation.
Yeah.
She sure did, because she was like saying Vaughn need to come to have a more open and route. Yup, she sure did. She sure did said this a few months ago. Yup, I remember that.
Gotta listen to Mama. We-On-Loc.
Yeah, she sure did.
She give you that mama treatment right now, nigga.
I only have one of them, and she's been gone for 3 years.
Oh, shit, rest in peace, man. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
I only have one of those. But this is my only aunt that relative I talk to every single day. So yeah, she keeps me in line, and we do talk a lot about political things, and we also talk about online things that quite clearly to me it's just ugh. But
and we talk about the elephant in the room.
And the elephant in the room, yeah. Of course.
He already knows how I feel about it, so I don't feel that I have anything to add. All you can do is talk to somebody. It's up to them whether they listen or not. If it's something that's going to deter you, let it go.
But that's what I'm gonna do my content for. If the people want to listen, cool. If not, fine. I can always do something else. I can always do something else. It's very easy.
Well, you
But
don't have to be like
these
that.
people do content each and every single day, and 300 to 1,000 people listen in, and they are just puppets. Literally, just puppets. There ain't gonna be no but two or three people who literally are going against them, but they're gonna get swallowed up. Where's the balance in all this shit? There ain't no fucking balance to this. Ain't none. You go against me, I go against you, and white folks
But
is
who
just
has the
sitting
right
there.
to say that? Who has the right to sit up and, for instance, tell
Manuel.
me what I have to do? You can't tell me I have to do a doggone thing. I do what I want to do. I don't have to pick a side.
Right.
I can have my opinion and it be that.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
If I don't pick a side, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? If I don't pick a side, what are you going to do to me?
But I can't protect everyone. That's my point. I can't protect you. I can't protect everybody all at once. It's
Yeah, but
mad.
why you trying though?
Okay.
But why you trying though? That you can't save the world, bro. You know that. You, me, it don't matter. If the richest man in the world can't support everybody's family, bro.
If I didn't try, I would be considered a nobody.
No, that's not true.
Come on,
You
man.
just have to come to grips with you can't save everybody. Some people don't want to be saved. Some
Facts.
people say this is enough of this. Can we move on to something new?
I'm glad you said that because that's my whole look on this shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I've been on that pro black side. How come we can't do this as a people? How come we can't do that as a people? I have to realize that these motherfuckers don't want nothing new. These you know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers is go getting SSI at 25 years old.
Yeah.
Shit, I ain't gonna fuck you. You think I'm gonna pull up every day at the corner and give you $20? Shit, I don't know, nigga. You gonna have to get off your ass and get something. And if not, shit, you gonna have to keep waiting on the government. But nah, I don't know, nigga. I can't save everybody. It just is what it is. No matter how much I want to, there's nothing I can do. If you don't want it for yourself, I can't do it for you.
Oh, okay. Okay, since you went there with homeless people, how often do homeless people get opportunities for a job? How often? Not very often, I would say, because
A lot.
goalposts are always being moved.
Bro.
And I'll give you this: depending on where you live, in my state, in my city, you have to have a alcohol card. You have to have a certain type of a license. You have to get all these particular things to get a job at 7-Eleven. 7-Eleven, a grocery store / gas station, just to get a $12 an hour job.
What do you mean they have to have all this? You talking about the
What is an
ID?
alcohol card?
Exactly. What an ID? You talking about the ID, nigga?
It's weird how Nevada puts it. I don't know, but these are the things that they require in order for you to get a position at this job.
It's called an ID, my nigga. Identification card, nigga. It's called an ID.
Like an
Identification card.
What the hell ever? You know what I mean? An identification card. You need at
I
least.
Okay.
I got it down. When you said alcohol, I'm like, what the?
Yeah.
What they call
I don't know what that is.
Yeah,
we
but
unlock,
that.
bro. We unlock. You haven't spent enough time around a bunch of people who are homeless, and they look you dead in your face and say, "Bro, I don't want to get a fucking job. For what? The government gives me $600 a month for this. I got housing over here. Niggas is giving me money every day when I sit out on the corner. Nigga, they don't want to work, dog. Working sucks, bro.
Did you just say?
Yes, I did. You don't gotta repeat it, nigga. I said it. They don't want to fucking work, nigga. They don't.
He just said that I am not. I need to be around people, even though I'm around them every day because they live around the corner from my house, and all they do is sleep on the. They just sleep on concrete, and they often tell me, well, besides the white woman that keep yelling nigger, 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 nigger. I don't know why she keeps doing that, but woo. I'm gonna get some more Jack.
Well, it's just like it's some people that's been in and out the pen. They like, yo, I'd rather go to the pen. At least I get three meals a day. I get this, I get that. That's people that think that way. There's people that think that way.
Well, I know here. I know here that the people, they don't actually literally, I don't talk to them, literally say they won't get a job, but their actions, I mean, they're out there in 100+ degree weather, rain, and they make a lot of money. Where they feel like, oh, I don't need to, why should I go work a job? I can make more money out here. Or they try to play on people's sympathy. Like there was this one guy, and when you got up a certain exit, he would be standing there with shorts on now, not long pants, so you can't see he has one leg, and he'd have his sign. Well, one day I was at a nice restaurant, and guess who I saw on a cell phone walking in?
Wow.
Same guy. Same guy.
With a gold chain on.
Yeah. Okay. And I'm like, so this is where you do with the money that you get. You could come to a nice restaurant, expensive restaurant.
Telling you. The thing is, people don't realize is, like, yo, we all know life is not easy, yo. We all know that shit. It's not easy. The thing with a lot of these homeless people that are out here getting all these government benefits, they realize that the worry has been lifted from their shoulders. They don't have to worry about making rent. They don't have to worry about the car payment, the car insurance, the electricity bill. The worry is gone.
A lot of times they get more than people that do work, like you're talking about. I think they can get food stamps and be homeless. They get people like from some of the churches around here. They sit up and they take them blankets, and you should see them. And when they get money, what do they most of the time spend it on? Because most of the time, the homeless people are either mentally challenged, alcoholics, or drug addicts. Let's just, keep it real. Most people that are out there, it's because they put something before their life, some type of substance or something. Actually, I know someone that he actually says he sits up and he will steal anything. He will panhandle anything. He likes to go around the college around here and makes so much money so he can afford his habit.
But I do also believe that it should go the same way with corporations. Because I just seen NPR speaking in front of Congress, and she said they got $11.2 billion in federal funding. You think I'm going to send them money when they be talking about, hey, we need money?
Are you serious? You talking about I wanted to watch that, the NPR and PBS, where they're saying they're going to take money from them, and they have these fundraisers.
Yes. Right. No, that's not the fundraiser. That's just from the government that they get the subsidy.
Get out!
Yes, $11.2 billion. I'm like, then why are you
get out of here?
How long ago was that?
This was last
today.
This was last year. She said
Well,
she got.
they're up there. They're
Last
up
year,
there before Congress today.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to watch it. They're back in front of Congress again. PBS and NPR both are on the hot seat.
and motherfuckers be getting mad. Motherfuckers get mad when Elon's up there talking about, listen, man, we gotta find out where all this government money's going to, man.
Right.
Because this shit's getting wasted. So we gotta find out who's pocketing this money. Because y'all niggas is doing, because how we got a homeless problem for the last 15 years, 20 years, y'all niggas talking about we gonna solve it. And the only thing that happens is the homeless problem gets worse. Nah, something fishy going on, man.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something where I don't.
$2 billion is a lot. Just think about that. That's just on that's just on the what do you call it, the news. Just imagine what the defense and the other corporations. 11.2 billion. I almost.
Come on, man.
But you know what? My problem is that, you know, let's go for some of the stuff that's being wasted. He's not touching any of his government contracts. That's a conflict of interest, and he protects his companies. But what I have the issue with is that there is less than 1% of fraud with Medicare and Medicaid. And it is not right for people who have worked and paid into the system that are disabled, injured vets, mentally challenged people to sit up and wonder if they're not going to get a check. That's not right. You know who that 1% that's defrauding those are? They're the doctors, not the people. And I have a problem with that. You have elderly people who cannot be in nursing homes because Medicaid pays for that. You have some children that can't get a meal except at school. And you would cut that of all things. Let's cut some of Congress's salary. That's what I say.
Well, that's the thing. Like that like you mentioned it. It's 1%. So that's not the main thing that they were going after. Medicaid and Medicare is not the main thing that they mentioned that they were going after. The main thing is Social
they said they're going to
Security.
take 80. They're going to take 80 billion over the next 10 years. I just watched a congresswoman sit up and talk about an elderly man that he didn't get a check in February or March, that they set up and not only didn't send him a check, but withdrew the same amount of the check out of his bank account. How many people can afford to sit up and tell the electric company, oh, the government didn't send me my check, I can't pay my electric bill. I can't buy my medicine that's for my heart this month. They know what they're doing. They said they weren't going to touch it. There are plenty other wasteful places that they can find this. They can take more money. Like I said, if you start hitting Congress's salary, I tell you what, they'll get a change of heart. And I think their salary should be cut.
Well, they already tried that, but they already tried that, and both sides of the coin said no, that's not going to happen. They wanted that they damn near shut down the government because of that.
They sure did. And then they did bring a bill up that if you in Congress for one term, you get Medicaid or your bills paid, your medical bills paid for life. You get benefits.
Well, yeah, they actually Al Green. I don't know if you saw the most recent thing with the Al Green whole thing where they censored him. Yeah, and he was saying that he wants us to have the same type of insurance, people, you know, just regular people. Thank goodness I have insurance from working and through my jobs and stuff, and my husband, or otherwise you're up the creek without a paddle. But he was saying that if he got sick, he can go right out there right now and a doctor will come to him. Okay, I don't feel that's necessary. If you can walk those long hallways, and you can stand up there and sit for hours and debate back and forth about the debt ceiling, whether it's going to pass. It's just like I was saying earlier. Chuck Schumer went ahead and voted for the bill to pass, and 7 other Democrats, because they didn't want the government to be shut down. But is the government shut down when you're sitting up? My biggest problem is targeting the Social Security, the elderly, the mentally challenged, and the disabled. By closing all these Social Security offices, you think about a person who can't walk. If they have to go stand in line for 2 hours, what did they do? Except work and pay into the system, and now have the system say no.
From what I understand, the problem with the Social Security is there's a lot of fraud going on with it. There's people that's over 120 years old that's still getting payments every month for Social Security.
Yeah, I heard something about
nobody's
200. Yeah.
exact. Nobody's 137 years old.
No.
It's like how the hell is a 9-month-old baby getting Social Security?
Right.
It's like that's what they're going after. They're not going after, but the media and the left is going to say, "Oh, they're going after your Social Security." When no, they're going after the 9-month-old that's getting Social Security, and that's been getting Social Security for fucking 2 years, and they're only they're fucking 9 months old.
Yeah, but they saying that, but then once a bill passed, it end up suffering the people that had nothing.
That's
to do
right.
with it.
Exactly. It's no different than the deportation, deporting people. They said it was criminals. They're snatching anybody up. Did you really think they're going to sit up and say, okay, you're really legal, we're going to let you go? Look at what, the issue with Venezuela. Look at what just happened with the security and the chat. What, this man should be fired. You put our soldiers' life in jeopardy. That's no small thing. We have incompetent people that have been appointed to different agencies like JFK over HHS, and he's cut stuff over there too. They're just, they've even cut the weather. They're doing everything.
It's a double-edged sword.
Yeah, it is a double-edged sword. That's true.
It's a double-edged sword.
What also gets me is, why are we paying? This is just one government. Why are we paying 401k for the Ukrainians? The ones we paying their 401k, their 4001, whatever how you say it. We're paying them and their Social Security.
For what?
Now, that's just Ukraine. We ain't talking about other governments that we fund their
and we feed as well. Like they shut down USA, the aid. They shut that down because we were shipping all this food and condoms. Did you hear about the condom thing?
Yeah, I see. Yeah,
I can't believe that they're sitting there spending all this. Well, their condom issue shouldn't be my issue. Why should my taxes have to buy condoms for a whole nother country?
In fucking Gaza. Why the fuck am I paying for some Arab nigga out there to get some pussy? Like, nah, nigga.
This is seriously, Locke. You hadn't heard about it.
So that's
real.
the problem. Like, that's the problem.
I've heard about all that crap before, but the thing that gets me is, why are they giving them condoms but taking away our condoms?
The same reason why they're feeding people in other countries and there are people hungry in this country.
I thought We-On-Loc was about to say they took Dr. Umar Johnson's condom.
He wasn't gonna say anything like that. Locke wasn't gonna do that. No way. Leave my nephew alone now. Leave him alone now.
Yeah, this nigga stupid.
Yeah, leave him alone now.
I thought he was going to say that for
Keep it up. Keep it up.
But you know what? This is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about us being able to have conversations that we may totally disagree, and yet we can still sit up here, laugh, joke, and talk.
Right.
If more people were like that, we could get somewhere.
Yeah, keep
you
dreaming.
think about it. Even though you may not be interested, for Craig to take his time to send you some stuff for you to review. Okay.
Well, he has my email now, so you can send me whatever you want, and I'll review it.
Come on, man. This shit, like I told We-On-Loc, this shit ain't gonna end, bro. This shit ain't. It don't matter who it is, left, right. It's two sides of the same coin. They both trying to eat together.
Yeah.
Straight up. They
They
both trying to
best
eat together.
sleeping together. They make the
So
same
what
bed.
do you think about MTG?
I ain't worried about her.
You don't think that it's a different scale of judgment with her?
Nah, because there's one side against the next. So I see a bunch of people on the right coming at homegirl.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And then I don't see too many people on the left coming at Marjorie, whatever the fuck.
That's what I'm talking about. MJG is Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah, and ain't nobody coming for her on the
That's
left.
what I just said to you. That's what I'm talking about. And that's who I was talking about earlier when she can sit up and start cussing in the middle of a session on the House floor and she not get censored. Her sitting up being totally inappropriate with someone else that they're there to do a job and she totally gets away because you know why she gets away with it? I'll tell you.
But they do. Let's be fair. They do tell her to relax and they at the moment they tell her to calm down. You can't say that X Y Z. They do come for her, but after the fact, the next day I don't see too many content creators on the left coming for her. But I see,
they're not talking about her at all, pretty much. But I'm gonna tell you why. Because they appointed her over the Dodge committee.
I don't think that's the reason why.
No, that's not why. I'm getting ready to tell you why she gets away with it. She's the number 2 fundraiser. She can raise a lot of money for the cause. That's why she gets away with it.
Yeah, but but you're not understanding my point. It doesn't matter if she's raising money for the right. I don't see people on the left coming for her. That's my point.
I see what you're saying now.
You feel what I'm saying?
And I agree with you. They miss a lot of opportunities by letting go. The division with Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries was a big thing when you saw Schumer. One day he came out here, I'm going to fight. And the next day he caved. And you had Hakeem Jeffries with all these other Democrats, except 7, looking like a fool.
Right. That's why he said it's both sides on the same coin. 2 different sides on the same coin.
Right.
They both playing a game. Good cop, bad cop. That's basically what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
They can come for her. I see a whole bunch of shit from people on the left. All they talk about is Elon.
Right.
Yeah, they're after him.
The people on the left talk about Elon left and right. It's like, how come they're not coming after her?
Right.
I mean, shit. Green been talking her shit for months before Trump got elected.
Yeah, she's been doing it for a couple years because she's been up there. She's just not started her stuff. And if you notice, the past week with the scandal about the security, you haven't heard them much talking about Elon ever since he lost that $200 billion in 2 months. I guess and they're questioning whether he should still be CEO over Tesla.
But he got 75 back in like 3 weeks. So he's good. Tesla's good. They ain't gotta worry about Tesla. Ain't going nowhere. It's worldwide.
Well, did you see like Germany, France? Germany, you no longer can buy a Tesla in Germany, and other countries have dropped what they're going to purchase drastically.
It's going to come back.
Germany, you no longer can buy one in the country.
It's going to come back. It's going to come back. He ain't worried about that shit. This is what gets me about Elon Musk. I remember about 3 years ago, I was looking at Elon and I said, how the fuck does Elon Musk support the Democrats, bro?
Oh, you remember that.
I've been in there a little while. I remember.
Yeah, you've been around a little minute, yeah.
Exactly. I said, how the fuck does these these Democrats used to love Elon Musk, bro?
Yeah.
Let me tell they fucking adored Elon Musk. like a fucking newborn baby. They was
Yeah,
all
you
over
tell
that
him,
nigga.
Craig. Listen, Locke. Are you listening, Locke?
Thank you. Then
Yeah.
all of a sudden, he became public enemy number one.
Same thing was Trump.
Over
Remember, Trump was a
Same
Democrat
thing with
too.
Trump. He was a Democrat
yeah,
as well.
Trump, bro. You don't remember when Trump was coming at Elon Musk's neck?
Yeah, one time.
Yeah,
They were going after each other.
They were going back and forth big time.
They
And
were
like
now
you
going
they're
back
said,
and forth.
once Elon he jumped from Democrat to the Republican side because I guess,
Yes.
I don't know what the issue was, within the Democratic Party with him, but he left and went over there with Trump. And
No,
that's
the
how come I know
problem.
Craig's been around a minute because they don't even talk
Yes.
about that.
They don't talk about that. That's why I say like the when it comes to the left, bro, they're the most sneakiest, slimiest motherfuckers that you can ever deal with. The right ain't too much better. They ain't, but they're
Yeah.
nowhere near as bad as the left. The left is absolutely diabolical, bro. They disgustingly bad. They
So
used to
are you
love
with
Elon Musk. They used to love Joe Rogan.
Oh yeah,
Oh
Not
yeah,
the
now they don't
Joe
like him.
Rogan's get exactly. Joe Rogan's getting Joe Rogan
Yeah.
was basically a sponsorman for the fucking left.
Yeah,
He
because he
was
had made so much money on UFC. I mean,
I mean, come on, man. Yo, listen, you can't. The left went too far, bro. The left went too far with the whole gender wars, the
yeah.
yeah,
whole
I agree. And Biden
women
was too
fighting,
generous.
and come on, man.
He
Thank
was
you,
too
thank
generous. He
you,
was throwing money left and right. And that's why
thank you.
people wanted to change because he was just giving away any and everything anybody asked for. Here, you can have it. Here, you can have it.
Thank
Here,
you.
you can have it. And that's why Trump wanted to raise the debt ceiling.
But
Come
actually,
on, man.
they are they're not they're right, but they're not actually conservative like what we used to seeing. Trump and Peter Thiel, who's a straight, and Elon Musk, they actually libertarians, but they
Yes,
using the
yes,
right to do some of that thing. But
yes,
they actually
exactly.
because
Yes,
if you listen to Ron Paul, they saying everything Ron Paul was saying.
Oh, yeah, Ron Paul is, yeah.
Exactly. Ron Paul was saying this shit back in like fucking the mid 2000s,
Yeah.
2005, 2008, 2011. He was saying all this type of shit.
That.
Yeah. The left, like I said, the left went too fucking far, bro. You can't have,
yeah.
you got women getting their fucking arms broke fighting men in these sports and shit, getting knocked the fuck out in football, basketball, trying to fucking come on, man.
What tripped me
That's
out
just
is
too far,
you know,
bro.
that should have never been because I don't care
Come
if you
on,
have
man.
an operation, technically inside, you're still a man.
It don't matter. Thank you. It don't matter.
You're still, I mean, if I'm going to get up here and box Craig, if Craig's really, unless he's one of those wimpy Barney Fight type of men, and sometimes they'll surprise you. I have no chance.
Thank you.
There's no way. Clarissa Shields, for
way.
instance, she thinks that she can be a man, and I don't agree.
We don't have to
She'll
go
get
there.
knocked the fuck out.
Well, you know I love my Clarissa. You know I love
I
Clarissa Shields.
understand, but that's one of the dumbest things
I think it goes.
with no lips.
I think it even
Come
goes
on,
further.
man.
I think it even goes further than that. Also, because when I was listening to the guy, I think he was Attorney General when Biden was in office, and they asked him a question as far as Rand Paul asked him, as far as if your child wants that sex change, are you going to prevent their parents for stepping in? And he was like, well, we got to protect the child. So are you mean to tell me if my child say he or she, when they are 6 years old in elementary, that they want that sex, that I can't say that they can't do it? Oh, come on.
Don't take the child from you.
You
They
go
was
too
talking
far,
about
and
taking the child from you.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you something else. They don't sit up and show these stories about the young people, the teenagers that had the surgery. I just saw a girl the other day where she had her boobs cut off and now she regrets it. And she blames her parents, but they tried to stop you. And that's why, they don't talk about that. They don't tell the horror stories and all the complications that a lot of these young people have. They only sell one part of it.
That's why most white women voted for Trump. They're not with this shit.
Oh yeah, I think
They're
it
not.
was.
They're not with. They're not with this leftist shit. They're not with this
Well,
whole
Biden
shit.
messed up when he
And
had
how
the
that working out there.
LGBT up there on the White House lawn dancing.
Yeah,
That was
I
too
mean,
far. That was too far. And I'll never forget it because it was on Father's Day. And I told Locke, I said, look at the coverage that's getting versus honoring fathers. Really?
Father's Day.
He lost a lot of black people too. The way he was patronizing and
Nah,
saying,
he lost a lot of he lost a lot of black men.
Yeah.
He lost a lot of black men. What black women? They was with that nigga 90-something%.
Well, I think you're right on the northern, but the southern women, I think they went with the white women. The southern women. I think he didn't
You talking about with Biden or Kamala? Biden.
Right. With both of them.
Well, you know, Biden actually flipped.
I think a lot of the southern black women went with Trump because they see things as the same as the white women on a lot, especially depends on the demographic area you're talking about down south. But I believe the northern women, yeah, they was more so on Biden and Kamala Harris.
Well, you know, just this week they flipped the seat in was it Philadelphia or Pennsylvania, the ruby red deep seat.
Yeah,
they just flipped that
Democrat.
seat. Yeah,
To
and
what,
they're gonna flip
Democrat?
some more.
What's the ruby red deep sea?
I
Well,
haven't
you know,
even
they're red
even took a
states and
deep
blue
dive
states.
into that yet.
Give a short version. Give a short version.
Short version of what?
Short version of the deep. I'm looking it up myself.
A Republican state.
Oh,
a Republican state is a red state, and when it's ruby red, I mean it's even more.
It
the
can go-
majority of it is Republican.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, you got Florida, you got
Just
Texas.
basically one of those swing states that you're not going to get ever.
Supposedly.
Yes.
Supposedly, if you're not Obama, of course.
Man, I personally don't think the Democrats are gonna win the White House for a couple of more elections, man. Honestly, I think it's gonna be 12 years straight Republican, man.
Oh, you think so? Or what?
I don't think so.
Congress and Democrat.
I think so.
Congress and Senate. You think Congress and Senate going to be 12 years?
I think the Senate is gonna be a toss up, leaning more towards the right. Congress, I don't know, because again, like I said, people, it comes down to black people, man. Like we're really fucking up with these votes, bro. Like we're not voting the right people in the office. We're voting for color and we're voting for gender. But
You know what else, Craig? We're missing as a race. We want to run out and vote in the major presidential elections, and we forget about the runoffs and the other elections throughout the year. That's how they flip the seat. If you look at the statistics, we're not coming out when there's a runoff.
Yeah, that's why I said presidential elections. I think it's going to be leaning towards Republicans for the next 4 years. 4 years with Trump. And I think we're gonna have 8 years with somebody else. But as far as the Senate, I think the Senate might go red for the most part. But I don't know about Congress, man.
I think it depends on the age demographic that you're talking, because people like you, Greg, y'all can see a lot of the BS that's going on both sides, and it's like they fed up. These like your age on down, they're like, yo, I ain't trying to participate in this bull crap. Because it's both sides are going at each other and they playing games. Then you have the people like my age on up, right? It's so much we vote by our emotions. We vote by other things that we went through. Then like Lisa said, color. Like you said, color. So all these different things is the reason why the people like my age on up vote that way. But your age and the people like in college, they see the BS and they not participating. And by them,
and you know, the Gen Zs, that's something else about the Gen Zs. Lockie actually did a stream on the Gen Zs. The Gen Zs are like, they're sick of this. This stuff that they've been doing, throw it out the window. We want a different and a better way.
They want to start off young.
And that's why you got people like Peter. That's why you got people like Peter Thiel. because he's a libertarian. He's not half libertarian. He's a full libertarian. But then you're going to have someone like the guy from, his name is Jones. He's from Detroit. He's a libertarian, an open thinker. He's in a case like Fred Hampton, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. He's that type of libertarian. You will see that. You will start seeing those people come up. Then that's why you got Michelle. If you look at her show that she got now on YouTube, look at the way she's thinking of her policies. She's almost like a moderate Democrat, but she has a lot of libertarian views that will push her into office because they know people like Greg and the GZ. They know they fed up, and they.
Man, but that's the thing though. That's the problem with it because it's we don't need they come out knowing what people want and they say what they want to hear.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's why it's like you can hate Trump all you want, but everything that he's been doing these last 2 months, he's been saying this shit for the last 2 years.
Well, he did. You're right. He did say that. But you know what I think? I think what happened, certain people or some people, a lot of these people sat up and said, you know what? It's not going to affect me. It's going to affect those other people. So I don't care what gets cut. They certainly did not bank on all these good federal jobs they had being, terminated. You think about it. What's going to happen when these people can't make their mortgage and their car note and with the price of groceries? What do you think is going to happen then with all these
but
hundreds of
Lisa, they got a 2-year severance package.
Oh,
these people. The government employees.
Oh, okay.
All of them.
They got a severance package. They fine.
I thought they had a choice whether to pick the severance package or not.
Who's gonna deny that?
Well, there's several cases just in the past week.
Yeah, who's gonna deny a 2-year severance package where you can go off, get another job, and still get your check for 2 years? Like Elon said, he said shit. He said, take your 2-year severance package and go find another job.
I can't remember what the stats were right now, but they weren't very good as far because I think they extended it another 2 weeks because the amount of people who responded to it, a lot of people didn't believe it was real. And you had people in the news, like you said, telling them, oh, no, that's not real. Those emails you're getting, they're not real.
Yeah, but how could you look at an email from the when it's an email from the federal government? I get emails from the federal government and letters. When it's some bullshit hanky dank nigga trying to scam you, and it's a government email or it's a government letter. They know what the fuck was going on. Whether they want to be in denial, that's called being in denial.
Well, as long as
they want to be in denial. I mean, come on now, like we already know.
Right, we hit this on.
We know what they were doing.
I'm gonna let Vaughn speak this little last word. Then I got to transition onto this bullshit ass nigga over here. But go ahead.
I was just gonna say. I was just gonna say, as long as you got those lobbyists in office, you know it's not going to go your way. And they can spend as much money as they can, especially when it's time to run for president. Look at all that money. And then
super PACs.
You have the guy who owns the New England Patriots put that woman, I think her last name is Brown, in the office in Ohio, and he's a Republican. What are you doing? Putting money, and so she won in Ohio. What's being done. And he's a Republican.
Interesting.
And I'll add to that. Speaking of lobbyists and donations, like I was saying earlier about Elon Musk, he was one of the Democrats' biggest fucking donors a few years ago. He voted for Biden, gave Biden a bunch of fucking money, and then all of a sudden he became public enemy number one when he switched sides and started going for Trump. And you seen the media rush coming towards Elon now. Niggas burning Teslas, the whole nine. That lobbyist shit's not gonna go away, but it should go away. There needs to be a cap on being able to quote unquote donate, lobby, whatever you want to fucking call it, because there's no reason why one candidate gets $1 billion and the next candidate gets $10 million. And that's
Speaking of donations, why ain't you two ever donated to the coffee fund?
Nigga, we ain't giving Umar shit, nigga.
He said we ain't giving Umar. That's some disrespect.
We ain't giving Umar shit, nigga.
In his defense, the coffee's for Loc. In his defense, it's not for Umar. I'll see to it Umar doesn't touch it.
Oh, because he said, I thought I heard him say Umar lived right next door. And
No. Now y'all leave him alone. Stop. Let us see what doggone Dr. Richie talking about.
Oh my goodness.
This race hustling ass nigga.
Things in different contexts. So it's an opportunity to talk about all of those variances. There are two dynamics I want to discuss. One, the Jan 6 pardons, and then we'll get into Ben Shapiro launching a campaign to free Derek Chauvin. So let's go to the video, Jan 6. Here it is.
And let's talk about the individuals that were pardoned. Daniel Rodriguez, sentenced to more than 12 years in prison after he pled guilty and admitted to using a taser device, applying it to the base of my skull numerous times while I was being restrained in a crowd and assaulted. Albuquerque Cosper Head from Tennessee placed me in a headlock, pled guilty. This is the rioter that, if you watch my body-worn camera footage, yelled out, "I've got one," as he dragged me out into the crowd. Thomas Sibick, who, while I was restrained and being assaulted, ripped my badge and my radio from my police vest. Kyle Young, who, again, while I was being restrained and assaulted, tried to remove my firearm from its holster as he violently assaulted me. Because of Donald Trump's actions, my family is less safe.
That comes directly from a police officer. I want to go first to Officer Brandon Tatum to deal with the
fuck that nigga.
Pardons.
That's right.
First, and then let's talk specific to the officers that have been adversely affected by these pardons. What say you?
Well, generally speaking, I think that when you talk about over 1,500 people that were arrested and some of them were treated unfairly, I don't necessarily disagree in totality with the pardons. There were commutations, which is what I think that police officer was alluding to. Some of those individuals' sentences were commuted, and we can have a discussion about it. I don't really like the fact that people who violently attack police officers can get out without serving a significant amount of time in prison. But I do think in its totality, a lot of the people were unjustly treated in this situation and should be pardoned. So I'm not fully in lockstep with Donald Trump's pardon of every single person that was involved in January 6th, but I do understand the overarching sentiment of why he would pardon majority of them.
Okay, well, he didn't pardon the majority of them. He pardoned basically all of them.
All of them.
And that becomes the crux of the conversation. I think many people expected him to pardon some. As a matter of fact, he campaigned on the fact that he would pardon some, but then those surrogates said, well, but it wouldn't be people who committed acts of violence or destroyed property. And then all of a sudden he did. I want to go to Officer Taylor. What's your response to that? How do you feel about the overall pardons and what Officer Tatum just said?
I actually disagree. I think that they should be held accountable. Every last one of them. They knew what they were there for. They knew what they were doing. This isn't something that happened. This isn't a misunderstanding of some sort. This is people who chose to break the law, did so, and caused other people, namely those police officers that the administration claims to support, that the Fraternal Order of Police claims to support, serious damage, and was a contributing factor to the deaths of police officers. So,
false.
I just don't understand.
Hold on, you didn't interrupt you, brother. Okay, is that it? Is that it, Officer Taylor?
Yes, that's it.
Okay,
That's it.
all right. And to Officer Tatum, there's a contextualization here that you made, and I want to give you an opportunity to respond. Basically, you agree with the overall narrative that these individuals may have been treated unfairly, but you disagree with perhaps some of the nuances of the pardons, meaning those that attacked police officers should have remained in custody. But there's an interesting novel theory as it relates to criminal activity. For example, if 5 people travel to commit a criminal act, and all 5 of them commit said criminal act, it could be trespass, it could be felony trespass. But one of those individuals decides to engage in a more aggressive physical felony. Well, given the statute that's available, they can all be charged with the same crime because they were in conspiracy to commit an underlying crime that then led to this larger criminal offense. Why is it that the standard of what I just told you is applied to civilians, but it was not applied to the Jan 6 civilians who attacked police officers?
Well, look, I told you that I don't think I agree with people who attack police officers that they would get off with a commutation of their sentence. Some of them were in prison, but they got commune, which means time served, and they were let out. I don't agree with that. But most of the people that were there were at best trespassing, and many of them believed that the election was overturned. I mean, it was stolen, and that's the reason why they were there to protest in the first place. So the people who were nonviolent, who went into the Capitol building, they've been dealing with this for over 4 years. I think that pardoning them was reasonable. But people who fought police officers and they bludgeoned police officers and assaulted them, I think that they should still be in jail. 4 years is not enough if you're violent against police officers.
Right.
Question, inquiry. I have no dog in this fight because we're talking about something that happened, what, 8 years ago? 4 years ago? This is something that
8 years ago.
I said, was it 4 or was it 8 years ago?
Yeah, it was 2021, nigga.
The last one of the Capitol building? Are you sure?
Yeah, nigga. January 20, 2000, or January 6, 2021, nigga.
That's when I came in. Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right. I don't know. I'm just drained of these uppity Negroes, but
all them dates that Umar been putting out for the school and got your calendar all fucked up.
You know,
and I think many people agree, and that this is actually a commonality among the left and the right. Those on the left agree that if you attack a police officer, you should not have received a pardon, period. So let's talk about common ground. Officer Tatum, why is it then that the alleged pro-police president decided to pardon individuals who actually physically assaulted members of law enforcement? Does that not make him anti-police officer?
No, I don't think it make him anti-police because the majority of what Donald Trump stands for and what he has done for police supersede anything in any connection to what happened on January 6th, which was one day.
Pardon people who attack members of law enforcement.
Well, I think what he did was he did an entire, well, most people got pardoned or commuted, not everybody. But I think the reason why he did it, and this is just my opinion, I think he felt vicariously responsible to a certain degree for the actions of some of them because he did make mention that they stole the election from us, and a lot of them became enraged because of some of the things that Donald Trump said. So I could see how he potentially felt a little bit responsible for how it all played out, and therefore
animated that crowd to do that.
I think he had some contributing efforts in it. I don't think it's 100% because he did tell him not to be violent, but also
he had everything to do with that. Every fucking thing. The tone in his voice, the actions of the crowd, he had everything to do with that shit.
I mean, he was calling for his own VP to be destroyed, eliminated.
Exactly my
point. What do you think you are saying when you say, come on, let's go down there, and you're fighting the CIA, your own protectors, talking about you want to go?
you know why this hurts so bad to me is they got commuted, but here is a lot of Black Panthers to this day are still in jail.
Thank you.
Years. And a lot of them spent time in solitary confinement in the hole. And but what really hurts, you know, it's here Democrats even talk about that, but they supposed to be on. You don't even hear them talk about that.
And I agree, you know,
if somebody
it
caught the
doesn't make
election stolen.
What don't make sense?
It doesn't make sense for people to, if I plead guilty to a crime, what makes you think I should be pardoned? I pled guilty. I know I set up and I doggone stuck this to the base of this man's neck. I know I went in here busting this up because the thing is, if it had been Black Lives Matter, what would have happened?
You've been prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, Lisa. Shit, Lil Wayne's ass should be locked up right now. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
Some of the people have gotten locked up again.
Shit, Kodak black ass should be locked up right now. Yeah. Right?
I'm not messing with you right now, boy.
If we go by that logic, shit, Harry O got locked up back in like motherfucking
being too black.
Yeah. Shit, this nigga should be locked up right now. Shit, Trump pardoned them niggas. Ain't nobody complain about that.
Oh yeah, because Harry O out, right?
Yeah, Harry O got out because of Trump.
Yeah, Harry O, Meech.
But Steve Murder's still locked in jail. Come on, y'all.
Hey man, I don't know if Pete Miller reached out to him.
Steve Murder did something. Steve Murder, that's a different type of case right there. You got to fit.
Yeah, that's a state case.
Yeah, you got. I think that's a state.
That's a state case.
What gets me is why Biden getting pardoned. The Attorney General here where I'm at in Baltimore. Why he didn't pardon her. Here she did a case, and it just about everybody, not everybody, but many of them. I think it was like 40 something. Baltimore City employees did the same thing she did, but she was the only one that they took to court. Just think about that. And the only reason why they took to court because she went after those officers. It was just not. She did it. The woman, it was Attorney General down Florida. Look what they did to her. She said, "I'm not going in big time cases when it comes to doing a death penalty." Because it's a lot of black people is going to jail and being in the death penalty thing. Too many. Do you know the governor came up with a law and the governor went around her and gave the cases to someone else? That's unprecedented. And then what happened to the woman in St. Louis when she went after the governor? That's why they called her the woman in Baltimore and her the big three. I was so upset, especially with the black community, because nobody was there for them. Here these three women going after doing what the system is doing, hurting us, particularly black men, and no one came to their rescue like they do everywhere else.
Maybe they feel that those particular women don't need protection because they talk too much. Who knows?
Oh, nigga, stop it.
What do you guys think?
You know how the law works. If he
this nigga hit the play button quick.
No, I know, right? I'm like, okay.
I'm just saying,
what do you guys think about? What do you guys think about the firing of any person that worked on the January 6th case? I mean, we're talking about lawyers. We're talking about people who did nothing except their job, and he's using his position. But see, when the Supreme Court gave him that gun, that he could do what he wanted to do as long as it was in his official capacity.
But what's the
he
name?
went buck wild.
But what's the name? Biden pardoned him. Biden did something
That's
that
right.
they couldn't go after
He
him.
pardoned a bunch of niggas.
Yes, he did. Biden got
No.
everybody.
Trump did this since he's been in office. He did this recently in the past 2 months. This had nothing to do with Biden. This was the people who worked on. I'm talking about the attorneys, anybody,
pardoned
law
them, though.
firms.
Yeah, Biden he gave them
pardoned
immunity.
them. There's nothing he could do.
Right. He cannot go after them lawfully. He can you can say fire them, but he cannot go after them lawfully.
Yeah, nobody can. There's nothing higher than an executive order to clemency.
Right. That's what
exactly.
Biden gave them. The people that worked on the January 6th, that committee and the lawyers, he gave them immunity. He can't. Trump can't go after them. Lawfully.
Biden gave everybody, all the crooked motherfuckers that Biden was working with to take down Trump. He gave them all immunity to everything, including his son.
Yep.
So who are the 3 law firms, the 2 law firms that just won a decision in their favor about Trump threatening them, pulling their security clearance because they assisted with the January 6th? One of them decided to kiss Trump's behind, and he has to do all this legal work free for Trump, and the other 2 took it to a judge, and the judge decided in their favor. A federal judge. This happened just like towards the end of last week.
Right. That was firing them, getting rid of, like you said, their security.
Yeah.
But we're talking about as far as criminal, because he thought
Trump
was threatening to go after them criminal, but Biden gave them immunity. Now they went to court because they believe that they was let go because of what they did. But Trump Trump didn't fire them. Well, he didn't put it on paper that he fired them because of the January 6th. He did the same thing when he did to Comey. Remember, the Attorney General at that time, Assistant Attorney General, wrote the letter to fire Comey, but it wasn't what Comey thought it was. It was something that Comey did while before Trump got in office. It was something that he did while I think it was Obama. When Obama was in
that's who was in office before
when
Trump.
Obama was in office, Comey did something when he rushed to judgment and went over the Attorney General at that time. I think it was a black woman, and he went over her head and did something that she was supposed to do. So the Attorney General at that time, which is Rothstein, he fired him on that, which Comey thought he was firing him because he was investigating the Russian collusion. But that's not why Trump got rid of him. Trump got rid of him on something else. And that's what these people went to court. They was like, oh, Trump got rid of me, even though he said it's not about the January 6th. But what he said that he fired us on doesn't add up. And we think we got fired because of the January 6th.
All right. You might have something onto this one, but let me play the rest of this.
He's a contributing factor to criminal activity by way of even encouragement of that criminal activity. He can be held accountable for said criminal activity.
But there's no way to prove. But there's no way to prove that he was
We're not in the court of law here, brother. We're in the court of public opinion.
No, that's what I'm saying. Public opinion says that I think that there was some type of contributing factor. But by law, there is no evidence that Donald Trump encouraged it, because he specifically, explicitly said, do not be violent. Let your voice be heard peacefully. And he also encouraged them to go home when it got out of control. So according to the law, there's no evidence that would suggest that he had vicarious responsibility in that act. I'm saying public opinion. I believe that the election was stolen. All of these things were contributing factors to a certain degree in the eyes of the public.
But he encouraged the actual behavior.
No, he did not.
Them to go to the cap. You just said he did, brother.
I didn't. I said he encouraged them to protest peacefully. They decided to get out of control.
All right. So, Officer Taylor, I'm going to let you respond to that.
I don't even know where to begin. We've had other protests in D.C. I'm thinking of the Million Man March. I'm thinking of Martin Luther King, where people were using their civil rights, to protest an actual grievance, and to compare those incidents where people peacefully protested, and they had righteous grievances that persist till today and are actually being exacerbated. And there was no trespassing on federal property. There was no damage of federal property. There were no officers injured. And now you're telling me that because there's a perception of an election being stolen, that people are somehow imbued with the right to do whatever the hell they want? That's lunacy. That's utter lunacy.
Yeah. Tatum, don't you agree? There would be lunacy?
I don't know if I'm tracking 100% of what he's saying, comparing the civil rights movement to people thinking that the country, people that think the country is being completely taken over. I don't think people should be allowed to do whatever they want. The law is the law. That's why many of them went to jail. Like I said, I disagree with people who fought police officers for them to get off.
What about
with only
people
doing 4
destroyed
years?
property?
Yeah, no, I think 4 years or whatever they went through is sufficient, because we have to also look at it in context of, remember in the summer of love in 2020 when people were burning down entire cities, people were bludgeoning individuals in the middle of the street, police officers were killed in some of these summer riots that went on, and we don't hear anything about them being charged federally. And then you go and look at the Capitol in Oregon. They took over the Capitol in Oregon. They created fires in there. They trapped police officers inside the Capitol building.
Now this
Why are
nigga
they
want
not
back up?
sent to prison for federal charges?
I just heard Craig's mouth running. What did you say?
I said, as soon as he mentioned the riots that was going on during Biden's administration, now this nigga, the riots, the Black Lives Matter. Now he wants to back up. now the nigga want to change the subject. We all saw those riots, bro. Those riots was wild. Like, niggas getting killed and shit, cops getting killed, motherfucking stores getting burnt to the ground, cars getting flipped over. Who the fuck got arrested for that? No, this nigga said, let's back up. Let's back up, brother.
A lot of people
Let's back up,
A
brother.
lot of people got beat. They were even beating people like this old man. They just knocked him down and he had a straight heart attack on the sidewalk.
And then they let him out the next day. They got bailed out. Kamala Harris even campaign. Kamala Harris even started.
Wait a minute, we ain't talking about Kamala. We talking about the riots.
Hold on.
This is left versus right, though.
Hold on. This gets interesting. Let's listen, because this gets more interesting. Just listen.
This is a great opportunity.
Bro,
rewind it.
I'll give you the context of what happened in both situations.
The reason why individuals who may have, if it's true, committed a criminal offense during, as you would term it, the summer of love. And by the way, those numbers show that less than 1% of violence actually took place at all protests combined. If there was a criminal act, the reason why the federal government did not charge them is because the federal government had no jurisdiction to charge them.
In the Capitol building in Oregon, they have jurisdiction.
Excuse me, dear brother. No, sir, we're talking about state, dear brother. That is a
but it's a Capitol building.
It doesn't matter, dear brother. The Capitol building be damned. The federal government does not have automatic rights over all Capitol buildings. I'm right down the street from the city of Atlanta Capitol building. The people that have jurisdiction over the Capitol building are the state troopers and the Capitol Police, not the federal government. So when you ask why wasn't the federal government the ones that charged them, because they don't have the jurisdiction to charge them. I think Officer Taylor can tell you.
just like when we get to the Chauvin situation, okay? Chauvin committed a crime in the city, but there's also federal crimes that he also committed. So just because you do it at a state level. You do it at a state level.
Come on, Tatum,
if you attack the state Capitol building for a certain intent purpose, you can also be charged for federal crimes as well.
Okay,
it depends on the purpose that you're attacking the Capitol building.
I got a response for you, so you understand the difference, and then I'm going to go to Officer Taylor. But Chauvin was charged under a civil rights statute because of the egregious nature of the crime, and that it was possibly related to a discriminatory factor, which is allowable under the statute of the federal criminal law. That's not allowable under general circumstances. You know, the federal government doesn't have a regular murder law. They don't. That's up to a state jurisdiction. So that's the reason why those two. Okay, well, you the police though.
When you attack a Capitol building.
But you the police though. Yeah, you're supposed to know everything, Officer Tatum. You're supposed to know everything. But apparently you don't. I'm not.
So
Anyway.
bottom line is they still could have picked up the case if they wanted to, and they didn't.
Right.
They could. The feds could pick up a case, nigga. My nigga did 5 years in the fucking feds, and who picked? He didn't get caught by the feds, nigga. They came through and they picked him up and they picked up the case. The state called him. They said, "Oh yeah, you know what? We gonna pick that case up, nigga. You're gonna do 60 months over here with us." They could pick up the case. This race hustling ass goofy nigga, he knows that shit, but he's playing goofy right now.
It still doesn't excuse what they did. You know they were wrong. We know they were wrong. The way that they stormed that Capitol and how they hurt people, there's no justification for a lot of those to have been pardoned and been out free. Because if anybody else had a storm that Capitol like that, I guarantee you, they wouldn't have gotten a pardon.
Did you?
And we all know that. So let's not act like we don't know that.
Okay, so I like how you said that your last statement there. Let's act like we don't know they did that. So, did you see the videos of the state the security and the whatchamacallit, the police officers moving the barricades to let everybody in, opening the
you talking about
doors
January 6th?
Yes. How they just let everybody walk right in the building?
Because they were already overrunning them.
No, they wasn't.
I assume. I wasn't there, and I can't speak for them, so I say
No,
I
'cause they
assume.
had, they had officers on that side, and they did not move not 1 inch.
Nobody moved any. The only people that moved, was the state capitol police, who moved the barricades and then waved them in. Literally waved them in. Like, come
But
on,
does
let's
that
go.
still make their actions okay? These are grown adult people that know
Hold
right
on,
from
hold on,
wrong,
hold
that
on,
knew
hold
that
on.
that wasn't okay.
Hold on,
we
hold
get
on.
that.
Hold on. Did you also see the videos? There's two parts of what I'm about to say. First part is, did you see the videos of known FBI agents at the scene of January 6th being called out by people who were there, who were with the independent media, saying, "Oh, aren't you agent so and so? Aren't you agent so and so?" Calling them out by name, federal agents. Did you see that video?
You said it was a 2-part question.
Yes, that's the first part. There was federal agents that were on the scene. Literally on the scene.
Yeah, you want me to address
In
that
plain
before you
clothes.
ask the second part?
Right. Like, did you see that video of the plainclothes FBI agents on the scene at January 6th at the Capitol in plain clothes? You wouldn't know who they were unless. Okay, so they were there.
No, I didn't.
Okay, now did you
So
see?
I can't speak to it. I can't.
Right, okay. Now, did you see the FBI, the head coordinator of the FBI, in front of Congress, being subpoenaed in front of Congress when they asked him probably 3 or 4 times, "Hey, were there FBI agents on the scene at January 6th, on January 6th?" And he constantly responded by, "I can't answer that question."
Yes.
You saw that one?
Yes.
Okay, so why couldn't he answer that question? If you had FBI agents at the scene, why can't you answer that question? That was one question. He also asked other questions, did they incite any violence, et cetera, et cetera. And he constantly, he gave him the same answer. I can't answer that question. So why can't you answer the question? If you had FBI agents at the scene and you guys weren't doing anything wrong, why can't you just say, yeah, we had guys there?
Well, if it wasn't an insurrection or nudging people to be violent, there would be no reason to say let's stop being violent. There would be no reason to. Trump himself said, come on, let's go down here. What was he going to go down there and do? Obviously, they were counting the votes, and the vice president had.
No, go ahead. I'm listening.
So, anyway,
my point is, this is my point. Why I ask those questions. This shit was all rigged from the fucking beginning. As soon as they knew that there was gonna be people down there protesting, they said, "Okay, let's fucking amp this shit up. Let's send some FBI agents down there. Let's send some people down there to cause a fucking problem, and we're gonna blame it on Trump." Simple and it's pretty fucking simple in my eyes.
But that's
Why
Well,
can't
I mean, I agree with you. It is pretty simple. About
that goes
1,500
on.
people got arrested. Many of those people pled guilty. You don't plead guilty for something you didn't do. That's just like, why would I apologize for
do.
something that I didn't do?
No,
We
you
all
do that.
know that
But
they
you
got
got-
pardoned. So
but
that's
you
not
got-
questionable.
But you got
No, that
you got but Greg, what you're saying, you got to apply that on both sides because it was federal agents that also was amongst the ones that did the riots. So if you want to apply on the left, on the right, you got to apply because it was federal agents out there they've been doing this since J. Edgar Hoover. And the reason why that guy said he couldn't sue because in an ongoing investigation, you cannot say anything as far as what's going on, especially having an investigation going on. So that's why he said he could not answer. But on the left, you had people they were showing this on camera. They was having rocks. Who brought those rocks out there when they were doing all the rocks? Who brought those
What
rocks?
about the bear spray? What about the bear spray?
And then in St. Louis, I think it was
some of them had guns. Some of them actually had firearms.
Right. But in Missouri, they was actually showing people, and people was like, why are you coming down here doing this and doing this to companies? We do not know you. Where are you coming from? This happened in as far as the riot situation. So if you're going to apply, this is what people need to understand. What you're saying on the right is the thing on the left. So that lets us know somebody's doing something on the upper level. Somebody is playing.
They've been doing that. Yeah. They've been doing that. That's one of the reasons why.
But never in history has anybody stormed the Capitol. Because my thing is, okay, say that he didn't excite an insurrection. What were you going down there to do? Okay, you can't stop the votes. You can't change what they're doing in the chamber. So what did you go down there to do if you didn't have an idea of what you wanted, if it wasn't premeditated? Some of these people went to other states and stayed overnight. Some of these people were actually cops themselves. So what were you going to do? What are you going down there to do?
That's my whole point. That was the first part of my question. Why did they let them through the barricade? There was no reason to let them through the barricade. They were all there they were all there standing, yelling, protesting, and then all of a sudden they opened the barricade and they waved them in, and everybody started running in.
Right, so that means we're being played on both sides.
Exactly.
We're being played on both sides. Why would you put out rocks in neighborhoods? Why would you put out rocks in neighborhoods where people was?
But those rocks was during the riots. You're talking about the pallets of bricks.
Okay,
they
had
pallets of bricks laid out all across the neighborhoods.
Right, but they also had rocks too during the riot. Why would you have those things out there when you know a riot is about to come, and you know what they're going to do to the with the rocks? So why would someone put them out there? Because they had it that people was, if not people, but somebody.
But that's the thing, though. Like
out there.
But that's the thing, though. During the videos that I seen on January 6th, I didn't see
what
any
else
rocks.
were you going to do? What were you doing in Nancy Pelosi's office on the desk? What were you doing?
Well, that's
you weren't protesting
what I'm
with your
getting
feet
to,
crossed, ankles crossed, sitting in your head.
Lisa, I'm sorry. What he did was not protesting.
That's what I'm getting to.
No. Due to YouTube purposes, I can't say what he definitively did. But what he was doing was not protesting. So
what did he do? What did he do?
No,
he sat in her chair and he put his feet on her desk.
You saw that part, Craig. I was gonna get to that. You saw him sit in the chair.
That's what I just said.
No. But he did more than that. But I can't say.
Yes, he did. But you say we can't say it. Okay.
YouTube purposes, I can't say
it. Okay.
But
let me play. We'll just say he did more.
He did more than that. Yeah.
So
you can
lock
look
them
it
up
up.
for
You give me
20 years.
chance, I'll look it up and see the charges. But when you attack a federal building,
Huh?
Why would you attack the police if you were being peaceful? Why would you tase somebody? You know, everybody saw that clip of that officer being jammed with the shield in between a door. That wasn't being peaceful. You think they don't deserve to be in prison for that?
See, that's the thing, though. It's like, how many of them were doing that, and who are these people? Was that person one of the federal agents?
No.
We don't even know. We don't even know. I don't know that.
Why would
We
the
can't
federal
even
agents want to attack the police?
No,
They have
because
no
it was
reason to do something
shit.
like that. That's not
That's
even
the-
logical.
No, but that's just the thing. According
It's
to
about
history,
it's about creating a
in history,
narrative.
even in history, Lisa, the feds was in and participated with the KKKs.
Yeah.
I don't disagree.
That so what we stand, especially what I'm saying is we're being played on both sides, because even it's been reported there was 29 agents at the Capitol. They said there was more agents at the Capitol than there was people there. That's what they were trying.
And that goes exactly to something me and Craig were saying earlier about the both sides. You know, the left and the right, they're both playing us.
They both playing, right? Because 29, even when remember that woman in Michigan, when they were saying they was trying to kidnap her and things like that, they said that was also enticed by the FBI. Because it was people in there that was enticing that was with them that was going to kidnap her, supposed to kidnap her and take her somewhere. So all these sides, we got federal agents that is in there that's participating. That means we're being played. But we're looking at.
But you think all those people should have been pardoned then? Is that what you're saying?
Me? As far as myself, no, I think if those what they did with the Black Panthers, they should have got these people. They should have got the same thing, even though they should have got the same type of treatment. And I think the reason
I say yes.
Okay, so let me ask you this: if a person went to court to exercise their due process, the 14th Amendment, and they pled guilty, do you think that they should have been pardoned? They pled guilty. And there's a series of questions when you plead guilty. It's stuff like something like, has anyone coerced you to do this? Has anyone promised anything, which is a lie? Because when they give you a plea bargain, that's someone promising you something. But do you agree that they should have been pardoned and they pled guilty for committing the crime they were charged with?
If that was the qualification for them to get pardoned, yeah, that's the law. Most of the people that gets pardoned,
but you pled guilty.
Yeah, most of the people.
It doesn't matter though if you plead guilty or not.
Yes, a lot of people that got pardoned did plead guilty. That guy who got 376 years in Florida, he pled guilty. Matter of fact, he was out on bond and everything. He got 376 years, and Trump pardoned him, and he pled guilty. So, but that goes on both sides. He said about her. That goes on pardon. Look at those people that Obama pardoned, and I'm sorry, Biden pardoned.
I tell you what, you name me 10 people that got an executive order for a high federal crime against the Capitol that got pardoned. Name me 10 people other than January 6th.
Before you do that, let me present you with this clip. Just write it down. Think of it in your head.
You can probably name 10 black people that Trump pardoned just off of that.
But Lisa, your question, the way you framing your question, that just like you just said, it's nobody ever invaded the Capitol, so nobody wouldn't have got pardoned. I couldn't name it because no one has done it, as you said earlier.
And that's the point. Why should it have been done this time?
Because a pardon is a pardon. It doesn't matter a pardon is a pardon. It doesn't apply off of what type of crime that you did. A pardon is a pardon. It doesn't apply. If a pardon doesn't come on what type of crime. Well, I ain't gonna say that because if you got to meet some qualifications to get the pardon, and if And if you don't meet those qualifications, then you can't get it. What I'm saying is what they have done, as far as what they did, fit the qualification as a pardon. Because I'm pretty sure you could go and do pardon history and do the pardons. People did greater crimes than they did, and they got a pardon.
Bottom line, it was not an insurrection. That's why they got pardoned.
Mm-hmm.
It was not an insurrection. They know it wasn't an insurrection. There wasn't one gun involved in the shit. Nobody was trying to take over the government.
No, it was done. It was done because it was Donald Trump. Donald Trump held this vendetta, and these people did this in his name, and that's exactly why it was done.
It was done because they couldn't charge them with an insurrection. They couldn't charge them with being with any type of a racketeering type of RICO conspiracy.
Well, RICO wouldn't have anything to do with them storming the Capitol. That's racketeering. That's money and property.
If you're saying that this country right here was basically founded on an insurrection, a group of people going against another government, which was England. No, they can't prove that all these people who show up to the Capitol were all in cahoots with each other under one organization with one final goal of taking over the government, which is what an insurrection is. They can't prove.
Well, I'm about to insurrect this video real quick.
That's dual jurisdiction. That's a different
right. Just like when you rob a bank. If you rob a bank, you rob the local bank, but there's federal laws that protect banks.
Bank FDIC regulated, FDIC approved. You're going to get the federal authorities. Dear brother, Officer Taylor, explain on the other side of why that's different in your opinion.
All right, Doc. Basically, you're conflating two issues. All right, the perception of people that somehow an election that belonged to the people of the United States, every last single citizen, somehow these people were led to believe that they were part of a special group that has some sort of inside knowledge, and the only people that could save the country were them. That's what they were led to believe. That's what they acted on. Yeah. All right, and you're trying to compare that to the civil rights movement where Black people were literally hung.
No, I didn't.
Okay? And they no, wait. Hear me out. I'm trying to get. There were people that had actual documented grievances.
We're not comparing the two. I don't know, you may be, but I'm not comparing it to civil rights.
I'm just finding it very interesting. I'm finding it interesting how you have one set of people that have a grievance, okay, historic grievance, a real grievance, and they don't comport themselves the way the January 6th insurrection.
Well, you're fair about this. Million Man March versus January 6th. That's two different things. The Black Panthers movement was a violent movement. They redeemed the terrorist organization. So there were movements that were violent. It's just
I think what Officer Taylor is saying is that when Black people protested, they were handled or mishandled by said government. When these white folks protested, they were treated with kid gloves.
But they went to prison. Someone went to prison.
This nigga soft. This nigga is soft as shit.
That was me because I didn't know who was snapping like that at first. I got it now.
We on live.
Go ahead, finish your clip, honey. Finish your clip. We'll put a pin in this.
We on live. This is what we.
And they were there without due process.
Brother, we know good and damn well if those Jan 6 protesters, who are terrorists in my opinion, would have been Black or their last names would have been Muhammad, they would have been shot.
Man, Black people terrorize communities all over the country.
Wait.
Black people terrorize communities all over the country, and we don't see an effort to put people in jail.
I know you got people you accountable to.
I'll let you respond, Officer Taylor. Go ahead.
I know you have people you accountable to.
Who?
The CEO and everything like that.
Who am I accountable to? I run my company.
Listen, okay, great.
Nobody fired me.
Fantastic.
Who am I accountable to?
All right, well, let me tell you this about some terrorism, okay?
Oh.
It is terrorism to take people from their homes, all right, and hang them.
I agree.
And not suffer any consequence of law. It is terrorism to blow up a church with 4 little girls in it. It is terrorism to go after civil rights protesters and civil rights leaders. It is terrorism to shoot Medgar Evers. I could go on. I could go
Me
on
too.
all
You
damn
want to
day.
go? I think it's terrorism to shoot down and gun down young black men in the inner city communities. I think it's terrorism when that guy in Dallas, Texas decided he was going to kill white police officers and gun them down from a parking garage. That's terrorism.
Okay, so what we're saying is that it's okay to flip the script on history. Okay, this whataboutism. I'm talking about things that have happened and happen in greater numbers than what you're talking about.
And gentlemen, I have to move to the second topic. So, and I appreciate the argument. I think in the context, we're talking about those who are sworn to protect and serve, and they receive a government paycheck, and they're accountable to an oath, as opposed to individuals who are criminal factors inside of the local communities. Let's go to the new.
All right, we can put a pin on this one. Questions, inquiries, concerns,
yeah, man.
bullshit ass ex-cops.
Yeah, how come every time niggas talk about some shit, they always got to go back 80 years? To the Medgar Evers era, Fred Hampton era. Why they always got to go back all that time to talk about grievances, right? Why can't we talk about shit that happened like recently?
Because a lot of people don't read into their history. That'll be why.
Yeah, but it don't
you
matter.
don't read into your
If
history.
we're talking about, yeah, but if we're talking
But
about
when
a current
people do,
event,
like
why
they
do we
were
gotta
talking
go
about the
back
Black Lives
75
Matter,
years?
like they were talking about the Black Lives Matter or other protests that got violent and out of hand, then people act like the narrative is different. The goalpost changes. And we all know, let's not sit here and act like we all don't know what's going on. We know if that would have been us, they would have sprayed us with that lead. No question about it. Not one of us would have gotten a pardon. Not
That's
one.
why, and that's why I say that this shit was planned from the inside from day one. As soon as they heard that he was going down there, that's why Nancy Pelosi turned down the National Guard help. This nigga Trump wanted to send help out there. I think it was like 10,000 National Guard troops. She turned it down. For what? Because this shit was all pre-planned, bro. All this shit was pre-planned. This shit is a whole bunch of nonsense. Talking
On
about
both sides.
insurrection.
I think
Exactly.
it's on both sides, so we can have conversation and people can go against one another. Because if you notice, they don't talk about the 5 people that died or how they died.
No.
Know that they didn't die by the insurrection.
Well, only one person died that day, and that was homegirl Ashley Babbitt. She's the only one that died that day.
Well, there was another officer that died, a man.
Right.
He died 2 days later.
Right. But
he died like
he
2
still
days later.
died as a result of his job.
We can't
But they can't prove. The thing is, they can't prove it because even the people that died, they couldn't prove. They was wondering how this person died. How did they get it? It wasn't because someone was in there. And I think, and I think the same thing is going on, even when it comes to what we did in the Black Panther, or as far as our protesters, people out there starting trouble, instigating things. For people to get caught up in their emotions and go at each other. That's just the reason why Fred Hampton
I agree because emotions unchecked are dangerous. You know, a lot of times if we go on facts over feelings, we'll see things differently.
Because I would like to know what in the world 29 FBIs is in the cap. What are they doing? What did they
running? Running.
Nah, they were the ones screaming in the videos, let's go, come on, let's go. They were the ones instigating the shit. Period.
So when you say that they were talking about come on, let's go, you don't think that they were talking to the senators and the congressmen? They were trying to usher you out of to safety?
Because all of them were already
president.
No, all of them were already safely secured in the building with security. That's why when they tried to open the door, Ashley Babbitt got shot in the head. They were already safe. When they opened it, when they opened that little barrier that they had.
Yeah, she did get shot. Yeah.
Exactly. When they opened that little barrier that they had, and the officers that was sitting there on guard started waving everybody, and all of a sudden, a bunch of loudmouths started screaming, and it was a bunch of chaos going around. You even had regular people saying, "Aren't you gonna stop them? Aren't you gonna stop them?" And the cops are just sitting there with their hands in their pockets, not doing anything. Why? Why weren't they doing anything? This shit was all planned. Then they opened the door. And then they let everybody walk in. And you can look at the video, you see everybody walking in nice and calm.
So just because something's planned, that means it's okay?
No, my
it's not
point is
okay.
it was planned to start a narrative that this was an insurrection. That was the whole plan. Let's get them over there. Let's incite people. Let's open the doors, let them in, and then let's spin it on the news that this was a violent insurrection.
Chestnut checkers.
Well, we all
They
know it
called
was
this shit a
violent.
violent.
That's something we can't deny. We
That
definitely
was
know
not
it was violent.
it was not violent. That shit was
It
not
was
violent.
violent. How can you sit up here and say you didn't see
It wasn't
violence with all those
violent.
people climbing up and busting windows and stuff and attacking
shit was
police
not violent.
officers?
And trashing the Capitol. That's not a riot.
Yeah, that's destruction of property and vandalism at best, man.
I just think even if we
the video was like the video I saw
Let,
was
let
like
me do that
45
to a
minutes. Man.
let
Watch
me
the
do
video,
that
bro.
to a Chinese restaurant. Let me do that to a Chinese restaurant. See what I can get away with. I want to. If they come out with my food and it don't taste right, I get to vandalize their store, and I get to
Yeah,
walk
you're
out.
gonna get
It's not
you're gonna
violent.
get charged with vandalism and destruction of
No,
property, bro.
but I'm just saying I'm not violent. I'm just protesting what's not right. That's just me.
But we talking about two different. Then we talking about two different issues. We talking about what the way this color code society is and society is. Yes, if a black person did something, and we know we can't
would not have gotten pardoned. Period.
Of course we know all
Planned
that.
or not planned.
If it were a black man on that, if it were a black man on site, yes, he would be shot. Yes, shot to death.
Yeah, but hold on. But you're forgetting that if Joe Biden would have won another election, all these people wouldn't have. They got.
You're breaking up.
Craig, you sound like a robot.
Right now?
Okay, it's back working.
No, I'm saying
we didn't hear what
if
you
Biden
said. It was
would've-
messing up.
No, I'm saying if Biden would have won the election, or Kamala would have won the election, all these people would have never gotten pardoned. They would still be in there right now.
Correct.
Exactly. So what are we talking about? This whole black and white thing.
We're
These
just
people would still
simply
be locked
pointing
up.
out if it had been black protesters, we would not
They
have
would have
gotten
got
charged.
shot.
It
We
would've never
can't go
happened in the
past
first
that.
place.
We
It would've
can't
never
go
happened in
past
the first
that.
place.
There ain't no freaking way I'm going past that point of no return when a black person, if he would have done the exact same thing, he would have got blasted on sight versus a white man who comes up in there and says, "Hi, how you doing? This is a nice place you got
And
here."
then we sit up here and act like, oh, they didn't do anything wrong. It's okay. You know, we want to turn a blind eye. It's okay that you did that. It's okay. You went to jail for a while. Okay, I know it hurt you and damaged you. You're much better than all the black people that have been damaged and incarcerated. So let's not let's pardon you, even though you pled guilty.
But I tell you this, he might. What you saying as far as he under Biden, they wouldn't got pardoned. That is true. But they all had an appeals. They would have got out with an appeal because especially since they was, they wasn't black. Black people, you ain't going to win that appeal.
Right.
They would never been there. Black people would never been there in the first place.
Well, you're right about that too.
Yeah, that's true. They wouldn't have been.
We would have never been there in the first place, bro.
No,
like
we weren't falling for the okie dokie.
This shit was all pre-planned, bro. That's why the FBI coordinator said when he was asked were there FBI agents there that had any part to play in this, they said I can't answer that question.
Right.
Why can't you answer that question, bro? Like this
Well,
shit is all
sometimes they
pre-planned.
can't respond to questions when things like Gabby Gifford this week talking about she couldn't answer the questions about the text message because it was under investigation. That's a little something that they do to say, okay, I'm not going to talk about this because I can hide behind it's under investigation. You've seen it just with small regular cases that show up on the news. We're not going to discuss this because it's under investigation.
Right, but
That's true.
that also proves his argument because by it being an investigation, that means they was in part in it, investigate. They just can't tell you the details of it. But we all know in history, that's why with Greg, when you answer as far as history, we have to bring history up because this is what they continue to do even in history. They still do those things even all the way up to today. So we know that the FBI be in places like just when they did in the KKKs, when they did it in the Black Panthers, they did it in every type of organizations, especially anyone that's fighting against the government. They have been in there and participated in there. That's just the way it has been in the history of the United States.
That's a fact, but that's a simple question to answer. That was my point.
Mm-hmm.
If you ask a simple question like was the FBI present during January 6th, that's a simple yes or no. You can say yes without fucking interfering or compromising your investigation. They can't say that they were there.
What's the question?
They have protocol and different, protocol. It doesn't always allow them. I know good well you've seen other stories that don't have anything to do with the Capitol, where even the sheriffs or whoever's in charge sits up and say, "I'm not going to answer this question because it's under investigation."
How was the
question? Yeah, absolutely, because the question that they're asking
How was the question
exactly the way I said it. Was the FBI present?
Oh, so they said was the FBI present
verbatim? Verbatim, bro. Just like that. What was y'all there?
Okay.
I can't answer that.
Okay.
What?
Yeah,
why can't you answer that?
Yeah, that is.
Craig.
Yeah,
Craig.
Come on, bro. That's just fishy as fuck. It's a simple yes or no question. That's not compromising any investigation. That's not compromising any evidence.
Right.
Anything. Any witnesses. Any confidential informants. That's not compromising anything at all. It's a simple yes or no. Were you guys there at all? I can't answer that. This nigga
Craig,
just said I can't answer that to everything.
About? Who is this that you're saying the question was asked to, and when was it? What committee was he before?
I'm pretty sure he's part of FBI, like the head FBI court. I'm pretty sure We-On-Loc can find that right now within like 30 seconds.
Yeah, the director.
If you YouTube that, I guarantee it'll pop up.
Yeah, I want to look. I want to look it up.
It's simple. It's a very simple. Was you there? I can't answer that.
What the
fuck you mean? I can't answer that.
So they had because if he said was the FBI present at the time of the insurrection, and he said I can't go, that is a simple.
Come on, bro. Very simple.
I'm gonna give you another example. Like I said, Tulsi Gifford was asked a question just 3 days ago. Did she participate in a group call? And she said, "I can't answer that."
Oh no, she can't. She can't.
Why not?
If you're talking about a group call because she's a part of the military. So how are you gonna give up?
Question. Why can't you answer it if it's good for her? The director is good enough for her.
Yeah,
no, because you're asking for her to answer a question that's gonna specifically put her in a certain position.
Well, the congressman told her it doesn't matter. They got the transcript anyway.
But I can see what Lisa is saying. She said she could have said yes, I was on the call, and if they would have went into detail, she would have said I can't answer that because that's against.
Which one of these are you?
Because we already know she was on the call. We already know this.
Right.
Which one are you
preferring to? Which one of these are you preferring to?
Craig.
I'm talking about the FBI director subpoena. He's in front of Congress
Yeah, I forgot his name. I think it started with an N.
Yeah, I forgot his name.
I don't know his name either.
It's been some years, but if you type in something like
There he is. There he is.
look at that
Right here.
motherfucker.
With the white hair, the mostly soft. That's
Matthew
him.
Graves? Who is Matthew Graves?
I believe Matthew Graves, at least the person I'm thinking
How
of.
long is the video?
at
That's
the
not
US
the one I
Attorney in the District
remember.
of Columbia.
How long
That's
is
the
the
person I'm
video
thinking of
on that
too.
you
Are
got
you aware
right
that he
now?
has promised more than 1,000 more individuals will be charged or indicted related to January 6th?
5 minutes and 14 seconds.
I had not
5
heard that he had
minutes.
said that.
5 minutes
Look-
and 14 seconds.
Look at the comments to see if anybody mentions what we're talking about. They might be able to narrow it down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What did it
It's
say?
simple.
I couldn't see my
Alright,
contacts out.
former-
What's his name? Because I might can look it up on my own, Craig. Off the stream.
Christopher Ray.
Andy,
Okay,
B.
Christopher Ray.
Christopher
Yeah.
Wray.
Christopher Ray. Former FBI isn't aware of this statement. How
says,
I need some glasses on my damn self.
What's that? Wait a minute, right there, Block. It says Ray knows damn well they were agents in the crowd. Give me a
You feel what I'm saying? You feel what I'm trying to say? Like, come on, dog. Like, this shit is like obvious. Like what the fuck? Like, this shit is not rocket science, bro. This shit is not
Now
rocket
pull up
science.
Tulsi Gifford. Pull up Tulsi Gifford
Come on, man.
2 or 3 days ago before
I
Congress,
expect-
sitting there talking about
expect her-
she can't answer a yes or no question.
Yes, I believe that, and I wouldn't answer that neither. We're talking about current events when it's wartime in like 4 different countries right now. I'm not gonna answer no shit I know that the enemy's listening. Of course not.
It's too late. The world knows. It's
No,
too
but that's
late.
not
It
what
was
she said.
leaked.
Yeah, the world knows,
They
but the
sent
world
it
does.
to a journalist that wasn't had the security clearance and wasn't supposed to be there.
Listen,
Even Trump said they weren't on a secure site like they should have been.
Right, but Greg, it's both what she's saying and what you're saying. You can't. What you're doing is denying what she's saying, and she's the same type of question was presented.
Thank you. Yeah.
It was a yes or no question.
If you saying that only thing you had to do is say yes, I was on a call. That's a yes or no.
That's right. That's it.
Into anything, just like and just like he said, you're saying about him. Only thing you have to say is it a yes or no that that y'all was in. It's just a yes or no question. Both questions are yes and no.
Right. Just different people and circumstances.
Right. It's just a different, But so
Nah, the problem that I have with that is when you asking somebody were they on a call with XYZ person, you're tying crews together, you're tying alliances together, you're tying agencies together, you're tying departments together, and now anybody on the outside looking in can connect those dots.
But
and
Craig,
say, okay,
it's already too late for that. It's already out. That's the whole
It's
point.
not-
The
it's
dots
not
don't
too
have
late.
to be connected. They've already
Well, hold
said
up.
when, where, how, and why.
Right, but hold
Nah.
up. We could do the same thing on the side that you're trying to make. Someone is trying to take over the government. An insurrection is going on. Some agents out. It's the same thing. You can still. This is like a wartime. If you try to take over
It's
a
not-
capital,
Yo,
that's
right.
war.
Nah, nigga. This shit is apples and oranges, bro.
It's not. No, it's not. Because what was leaked,
This shit was not.
everybody.
This shit was not
what
no
have
insurrection,
what have
bro.
all the news
No,
outlets
we're not
been
saying
talking
that
about
it was
all
we're
week
not saying
long?
it was an insurrection. We're not saying this. We're saying what
You. That's how you made. That's how you made the argument. That's how you made your argument.
I'm saying I'm not saying it was a insurrection. I'm saying an argument can be made because someone
It can be made.
Okay, so you have to apply the same thing to Lisa. What
Yeah.
she's saying. You're trying to apply that is something top secret or whatever you're trying to apply. It don't even have to go that far. Only thing she had to say was she was called. It don't even have to go to. And how can you tell any type of secrets or worry about a secret just be on a call?
It's funny because That wasn't even a call. It was a alleged text message.
Okay, but even though it was a call, because some of them
on a
did
group
speak.
chat. On a group chat.
But the point is, it wasn't supposed to be everybody's business. And
No,
now, if
because
they're asking Tulsi Gifford about it, obviously it's out in the public, in the newspaper, in the limelight for our enemies, and everybody look at and say, look at them with that raggedy ass intelligence. We can't trust them with our secrets. Look how simple they are handling this stuff. Oh no, they're irresponsible. I'm not trusting them. Come on now.
Yeah, you can make that argument, but for me looking on the outside in, it's kind of a weak argument, honestly.
Okay.
We could say you could say weak, but it's still the same type of argument you're making for him not answering the question.
Nah, it's really not. It's really not, bro. You're talking about a conspiracy within the FBI.
Right.
To incite it to hold on. On one end, we're talking about a conspiracy within the FBI to incite an insurrection.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Okay, and on the other end, we're talking about some goofball in charge of sending out group texts accidentally added somebody else who was a part of a news organization to the group text.
Right. It was.
And then he hold on. And then he accidentally got the group text that was supposed to be sent between 8 people. Instead, it was sent between 9 people.
It was top secret, though.
It was
top secret.
It was supposed to have been war. It was it's supposed to have been intelligence that he was on a CC that was about government. Yes. So that's what I'm saying.
It's apples and oranges, bro. It's not a conspiracy.
Wait a minute.
It's not a conspiracy. That's my point. On one end, it's a conspiracy, bro. Like it's a conspiracy on one end. On the other end, it's we're gonna bomb these niggas in 2 days.
No problem. Okay,
here's the info.
No. That's what you're not seeing. Let's just
the fires were already in the air. This didn't happen 2 days later. The fires were already on their mission in the air.
Well, let's just stop. Let's just do, because once we go past that, that means we're going past into the details. You're looking at it. Yes, it's apples and oranges, but listen to what Lisa's argument was. We ain't even getting into
the argument was not answering the question.
Right. So you're going into what type of things that's going on and what can happen.
Exactly. That's my point.
No. It's not. It's the point is
you're just in denial about answering the question and how it should be answered.
That point should not be brought up because you did not bring it up. The point is. She was you on a call just like the point is was people there. As far as what happens after then, we don't even have to get into that details. Was you there and was you on the call? Yes or no? That's a type of question. You going into the details on, well, if she would have answered it, we can go into the details as far as the thing about the January 6th, even though it could be apples and oranges. Apples and oranges according to what your interpretations and what you believe in it. That's fine. But we're saying the same type of argument, that same type of question is being presented to her. It's the same type of question that's being presented to Christopher Wray. You can't get
I seen, and I don't even think she said she can't answer the question.
Yes, she did.
Nah, if I remember right, she didn't even say that she couldn't answer the question. I think she said something else trying to dodge the question. But again, it's still apples and oranges because one is a conspiracy and one is not trying to give up your position.
No, it was a yes or no question.
It's like apples and oranges.
It's too late to give up the position. Like he said, you're going into the details. Right. The point before us is that's the same exact situation where they were before congressional people and they were asked a specific question, which was a yes or no question, could have simply been answered because at the end of the day, we already know she was on the call.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she was in that group text.
They just wanted to see if she was going to lie about it.
Yeah,
and you know how white folks are a lot.
But like I said, and I'm gonna stand on it. That shit is apples and oranges. One's a conspiracy and a cover up, and the other one is just listen. I'm not going to give up
How
my
come it's
position.
not a cover up?
Oh, hold up. You mean to tell me it's not a conspiracy that an FBI agent or at a place that is being considered an insurrection? That is not a conspiracy?
That's the conspiracy that I'm talking about.
What? Wait a minute. Hold up. You just said one is a conspiracy and one is not.
Do you hear this
Yes.
Both of them are conspiracies.
I'm hearing it in live while I'm driving. I'm hearing it all.
I can't. Hey, Greg, both of them are conspiracies. You can't.
Nah, bro. They're not both conspiracies. One's a cover up conspiracy, which is the Tulsi Gabbard thing. That's much more of a cover up that's a cover up and an after the fact conspiracy. They realized somebody fucked up. Whoever was responsible for sending out those text messages.
Let me ask you something, Greg.
Hold on. I gotta explain this because if not, y'all just gonna try to keep going and going and going.
You get ready to prove our point. Your point is get ready to prove our point against your point that you're trying to make. Go ahead.
Bro, if you look up a conspiracy, bro, that's two or more parties conspiring to do a crime.
Right. Go ahead.
That's a conspiracy. That's January 6th with the FBI.
Okay.
There was two or more people conspiring to do the whole fake insurrection narrative. Mm-hmm. That's why they had all those agents there. Mm-hmm. And that's the conspiracy.
Right. Okay.
On the Tulsi Gabbard part, that's whoever was responsible for sending out the text messages fucked up. They added an extra name to the group chat and they sent that shit out. Who the fuck knows where Tulsi Gabbard was at the time that got sent out? Who knows? Was there a conspiracy after the fact to try to cover it up? Yes, obviously. But my point is, if I was in her position, I'm not trying to give up my position on what my role is within that organization. I'm not trying to give that up to anybody. That's security detail shit. You don't just start spewing off shit just because you're in Congress. And Congress understands this. You can't just start saying, yes, I'm the head director. I'm in charge of the nukes. I'm in charge of the ammo. I'm in charge of this. No, you can't just start spewing out what you're in charge of and what your details are. You just ignore all the questions and you lie about all the questions because you're not privy to that information. You're not on the inside. Why would you give up that information? So I understand
if you're not
that.
on the inside, how could you have the information? And actually, that is what they did. That was what the problem was. They gave up specific locations, specific places and times. That's what the problem is.
Yes, they gave up. They fucked up. Like I said, whoever sent out that text message, whoever was responsible for that, they fucked up because they gave out information. The whole thing was, listen, we're bombing this place, we're bombing that place, we're bombing that place at this time, that time, and that time. And then they added the fucking whoever he was, the journalist or the anchor of whatever news station, they added his name to that group list. Yeah, that's what it was. That's not a conspiracy, bro.
There's a conspiracy in that as far as how the information or why y'all put someone that y'all added a reporter to sensitive information. It's only supposed to be, but listen to what you said as far as conspiracy. You said about a leader. A leader is not supposed to, there's things that he or she cannot get into when it comes to answering the questions. Christopher Wray is
about security.
Okay, Christopher Wray is a leader in the high top security of the executive branch, just like she is. They both got the same security clearance. So when you're saying So when you're saying someone is different, when you're saying as far as the leadership, you're just proving our point. My point when I say both of the questions are the same because both of them are in leadership. Both of them could have answered a question and not go into the details of the question because both of them are leaders according to what you just said. You just said a leader will not supposed in sensitive information that they cannot give out. Okay, that applies to Christopher Wray also. Not just her.
And then actually, the very next day, they had her back in the hot seat and pulled up the transcript and said, but that's not what you said yesterday. She changed it the very next day. They put that, but so you lied then. That's not what you said yesterday. Oh, well, I forgot. Oh, you forgot. If you're that absent-minded, you don't need to be in that type of position. And
Ain't that a contempt and ain't that proven in contempt or some shit like that? When you lie on,
You talk
yeah, you could be put in contempt. You can be.
And that's not gonna happen because all this shit is a fucking circus.
And let me ask you this.
That's
Let
all
me
that
ask
this
both
shit
of you
is.
this.
But
Let me
again,
ask both of you this.
it's still apples and oranges, bro.
Fine.
Period. Like I'm not denying the fact that she denied to answer the question. I told you I
Okay.
saw the video. I
Okay.
said that pretty clearly. I saw the video. She denied. That's why I said I don't. From what I remember, she didn't say I can't answer that question. She said it in a different way from what I remember. But what I'm saying is, considering the circumstances, I wouldn't answer the question either. But considering the circumstances of January 6th, why wouldn't you? The circumstances are completely different. We're talking about the
Sometimes
FBI.
people ask you the question they already know the answer to. That's
We
why
know
they
that.
asked
We
her the
know
question.
that.
They
We know
already knew the answer.
we know that. We know that. But the difference, what I'm trying to say is the reason why I don't connect those two as even being in the same ballpark is because we're talking about the FBI conspiring to falsify or basically create out of thin air a fucking insurrection on January 6th compared to somebody leaking or somebody adding the wrong number to a group chat. When it comes to when it comes to fucking when it comes to an attack on multiple countries that we have problems with. It's like, bro, like really?
That's security. That's high top military
Right.
security. What are you
Yes.
talking
See, you're not.
The American people,
you
we
just-
didn't even know we were doing anything in Yemen. We didn't even have a clue we were over there bombing or doing anything, any missions in Yemen until all this came out. We're not supposed to know, but we do.
we've been bombing Yemen for 20 years. This shit is nothing new. We've been bombing
what
Yemen.
if I told you? What if I told you there's a secret society to this day starting wars and rumors of wars, and yet you're putting blinders on to the world and seeing for what it is right now versus what it should be.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you guys a question. Do you guys think that this really was an accident, or was it done on purpose and blamed on being an accident?
You gotta watch your circle. Because that's the same reason why when Trump got in, he fired the FBI director and he put in Kash Patel. Because he realized the FBI director that he had in there last time was working for the opposite side. That's why he kept firing everybody. That's why he put RFK in there. That's why he put Elon in there, Kash Patel, Pan Bondi. He put all these different people in there. He wasn't keeping the same group of people like normally, like what normally happens.
I'm not saying this to get back on this subject, but Locke, you remember I was telling you that Jasmine got threatened?
Yes.
It was Bondi, the head of DOJ, that sat there and threatened her because she said she commented on some website about some stuff or town hall or something about Trump, and she threatened her. And then, I knew they were going to come for Jasmine, but I just wanted to put that out there. Back to our little accident, I guess we'll call it. I just don't always believe things are done by accident. Some things are done on purpose and said to be an accident.
I heard she's getting
It
sued.
was fishy. It was fishy right off the bat. I looked at that shit and I said, how did you add an extra person to the list?
Right.
It just made no sense to me.
And
Yeah.
then
It seemed like something that was on the inside, like they did it on purpose type
Mhm.
shit. It
Yeah.
seemed fishy, but nonetheless, the cat was already out of the bag.
Right.
So it's like,
and then the reporter that they CC there was crazy.
Well, you do know that reporter
Come on,
Trump
man.
hates that reporter. They said Trump hates that
come on,
man.
man. The agency was just all fishy. It was
Yeah,
all fishy.
I mean, it's just something about it that didn't totally ring true for me. And I'm like, people do stuff and act like it's an accident. That can be a type of sabotage.
They will sabotage. That's what, like I said, Trump realized he was sabotaged a lot his last presidency. That's why they were trying so hard not for him to get reelected, because they knew he wasn't gonna do, like, Obama. When Obama came in, allegedly part of his deal for becoming president was keeping the same people that Bush had in his presidency. That's usually what happens. Same thing with Clinton. He kept certain people from Bush. Obama came in, he kept certain people from Bush Jr. and so on and so on.
When Clinton, how many people Clinton, when
Nah,
Clinton came
Clinton,
into office, who did he
bro,
keep? Bush.
Bro, that nigga Bolton been in office since the 80s. What do you mean?
Bolton? You talking about
Bolton? John
about
Bolton? You talking about John Bolton?
Bolton's been fucking with these. That's why he still had whatchamacallit.
Yeah, but he didn't have what I'm talking about. When you're saying positions and stuff like that, I'm talking about, because when Clinton got into office, most of those people that he put in are like an attorney general, as far as his cabinets, they weren't no Bush.
They weren't all brand new.
Every president picks their cabinets and basically the people for the West Wing.
Yeah, now you're talking about, as far as I know what you mean, as far as when Obama got in office, he did have people that did work, but they was moderate Republicans. They was moderate. They wasn't straight on the right Republicans. But the same thing happened when Trump got in office. Remember Attorney General Yates?
Point.
Attorney General Yates.
That's my point. That's my point, bro. That's why I said this time around, he made it known he wasn't keeping none of these niggas.
Well, that's because what she did, what she did, and Comey. What Comey did, and what Attorney General Yates did. Yeah, he did do that. He was like, "Nah, I'm gonna change this."
That's my point. That's my point. Like, that's why I said you gotta watch your circle. He trusted these niggas.
You say you have to watch your circle. What about this? I know you know what Justice John Roberts just did. Checking Trump, telling him just because you don't like the decision of the court doesn't mean you have grounds to challenge the court, that they have legal procedures and ways of doing this. That's a Republican appointed justice by George Bush. So, I mean, he may have thought and that's the head person over the Supreme Court, the Chief Justice.
Well, he doesn't like Jerome Powell, but he's still been there for how many years? I mean, there's certain people that he can't get rid of. He can't get rid of everybody.
But both of those people, the people that he actually goes against are moderate Republicans. They especially the ones that pick. See, I mean, Trump, he's a libertarian. Listen to some of the things he has a lot of fascist views and things like that. That's how Mussolini moved, and Hitler. That's how both of them did, and many people that was a fascist movement. So a lot of those things, and then what Ron Paul was saying, what the things that they doing, that's what he is doing. That's his game, though.
I don't fault him for having certain views. There's certain things I agree with him with. There's certain things I don't agree with him with. But I'm not faulting him for most of his views. There's a reason why people on the right and the left don't like Trump, bro. It's because his views aren't, like you said, what a lot of these moderates are. All the moderates are is, okay,
People on the left are gonna give me $10. People on the right are gonna give me $10.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna get a cool 20 out of both of these niggas.
So what do you think should happen?
That's not a good way to look about things. Just because somebody's moderate, that the moderate doesn't mean shit.
So what do
In my
you think
opinion.
should happen to a person that sits up and says, I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna buy every vote?
Who said that? Trump?
Like
No, it was Elon Musk because now he's under investigation for tampering with elections.
Oh wow.
He wasn't he can never get. Listen, they call that shit lobbying for a reason. You can put up as much money as you want.
Yeah, like Elon bought a president. He bought Trump.
There's no such thing as buying a president. If that's the
Yes,
case,
it is.
if that's the case, how are you gonna say that I'm buying Trump any less than Elon's buying Trump when we both donated?
This is how one person was voted into office. The other person, the American people didn't tell them to do boo, didn't ask them to do boo, and actually the position was made up for him. All Trump is doing is signing the executive orders. Everybody knows Eli is running things. Come on, Craig, you know that.
Elon ain't running shit. You know that.
Yeah, my mother think the same thing. My mother think the same
You know what I'm
thing.
saying? Like, come on, man. Like, yo,
Elon Musk is. She said Elon Musk is. What my mom
Then why
it makes no
is
sense.
he there? Why is he there?
Listen.
Why is he there?
You're talking about buying elections. Kamala Harris had over $1 billion donated to her campaign in like 4
By
months.
women.
And
By
she
women.
lost. And
No,
she
she did have no. She had corporations,
right,
in her campaign.
Yeah, but my point, my point.
for.
Listen. My point with bringing up that she got over $1 billion is because Lisa said Elon bought the election. He tampered with the election because he spent so much money. How is that?
No,
any
that's not what I
different?
said. I
That's
said
what-
he
that's
bought
what
a
happens.
president. I said he bought a president.
But she's
That's
saying,
impossible.
But no. But she's saying
No, it's not impossible
if she's
because
making an
Elon
argument-
funded.
if
Go
she's
ahead,
making-
Vaughn.
She's making an argument, like you said. Kamala Harris raised over a bit with Biden, though. With Biden,
Yeah.
what's the name? Raised Trump.
Yeah,
raised
she had 200 million, 233 million or 30 something million dollars.
But still,
So she raised over $800 billion on her own, bro.
She didn't raise
from
800 billion. No,
No, not
Bro,
out
she
of a
got
million.
she
Bro,
got
800
over $1 billion, bro.
Okay, you said you said 800 billion. You mean she
I
did?
mean 800 million. 800 million. My bad. 800 million.
But Trump raised more.
Right.
No, he didn't.
Elon came in and funded everything just like now. Elon is funding all these campaigns right now.
No, he didn't.
What is your big gripe with Elon?
Trump had over $1 billion, bro, before he even ran. He had over $1
Yeah.
billion.
Nah, I never seen any of those numbers.
Yes. He had over $1 billion. And then she broke a record when she first announced. She did bring a record up in a certain quarter what she raised, but Trump raised much more money than she did.
Oh,
Why you think he has Linda McMahon, Dr. Oz? He has 13 billionaires up in the White House working on different things, cutting this, that, and the other. Because what? The goal is to make the richer richer and the poor poorer.
And then you
but you don't. Y'all are acting like 90% of the people donating aren't donating to both sides though.
Oh, I'm not.
Like how are we sitting here acting like Elon's really the president instead of Trump because he donated a couple of $100 million.
Elon always up in the Oval Office? Why is Elon up there with his son sitting on his neck? Why is Elon got his little boy up there next to Trump? Why is Elon there, period?
Because Trump likes Elon now.
And Peter Thiel. Not just Eli. Peter Thiel.
Trump,
Peter Thiel.
listen.
Do you know who Peter Thiel
Elon,
is?
Elon went to bat for Trump, bro. The
Okay,
same
but
way he went to the same way. Listen, the same way he went to bat for Biden.
Do you know who Peter Thiel is?
I heard of him. Yeah.
Okay, so that's 2 billionaires right there. We ain't gonna go into the rest of this cabinet.
Okay.
That's the 2 biggest billionaires.
Like, yo, you know how many billionaires there are that we don't know their names who donated?
No, I'm talking about that's working for him. That's working.
Yo,
That's one of the things.
A position was created for Elon. And why was that?
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you something else. Elon with that AI, we don't know what was done with the election. We really don't.
No,
No.
Mr. Computer Savvy.
I'm just saying both sides are guilty, though. I'm saying both sides, but I'm just saying, we're talking about Trump now, both sides are guilty. Because I'm a sovereign libertarian. So
that's why I said earlier that lobbying, you should get rid of lobbying.
Dedication, what he's doing in the White House, not only did Tesla lose $200 billion in 2 months, okay, X is in trouble. His ex with NASA is having problems. He can't get inspection pass. He's losing money left, right, up, down. They're even calling for maybe another CEO for Tesla. It's not no joke when the stock market starts dropping. Those are billionaires, remember. Those are billionaires that play with Wall Street. And that messes with their money, what's going on. When these tariffs hit, that's going to mess with the money.
Listen, Elon's not worried about losing any money. This is not the first time.
Well, I'm sure he's not worried.
This is not the first time that they were saying we should get another CEO for Tesla. This already happened before. It blew off. Like none of this shit. This shit is like, it's like ambulance chasing. The media has everybody ambulance chasing, and I refuse to ambulance chase because this shit is like it's a mediocre argument, yo. These billionaires been donating for the longest time. They donate to the Republicans and the fucking Democrats.
Right.
Depending on who wins, it doesn't matter because nothing's gonna change as far as what like you guys say. Oh, Trump did it for the billionaires because they paid for him. It didn't matter if Kamala Harris would have won. The same billionaires like Elon Musk and fucking Pete Head, they both would have fucking benefited from the same policies that Kamala Harris would have put in place or kept in place. Nothing's gonna. It means nothing. It doesn't
Kamala
matter. That's why
1,500 people.
Now you're just moving the goalposts. We're talking about people. We're talking about billionaires benefiting off of campaign donations.
Yeah, policies. Yeah, policies.
Period. Exactly. And the policies aren't going to change whether it's Democrat or it's Republican.
You don't think Trump benefited? And now that Elon is funding all these other smaller elections, trying to keep the seats from being flipped, you don't think that means anything? You don't think it means? I mean, everybody can see it. It's not it's a big secret.
It means what I said. It means what I said earlier when I said we need to get rid of lobbying.
And we get,
I agree. I agree with the
lobbying.
I think the billionaires.
But since the lobby, we got to understand what lobbying is, bro. Lobbying is the rich, not just the billionaires, but it's the rich voting on both sides. Maybe they have a little bias towards one side than the other side. Maybe it's a personality thing. Maybe it's we both like the same football team. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter because regardless of what side wins, the policies are going to stay the same. That's why. But that's
the problem. The policies are not staying the same. They're being torn up and rewritten.
What policies?
What policies? The policies. The policies that mean the most to the billionaires, which is you guys' argument.
But hold up.
He's doing this for the billionaires.
Right.
Exactly. That's your argument, right, Lisa? He's doing this for the billionaires.
Okay, I got you.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which side wins. The policies are going to stay the same for the people who you claim he's doing it for. Whether the right wins or the left wins, it doesn't matter.
But yeah, right, and that's true. And on the other hand, you got George Soros, where they said is left, but yet one of the people on Trump's cabinet worked for George Soros. Is one of his proteges. So that lets you know right there how both sides, both billionaires or both sides, is playing. They got control of both of the system. I just told you about the guy who owns the New England Patriots. He helped push the woman, Sandra Brown. That's what she was, from Ohio.
Okay, yeah.
He put her in. He campaigned and put her in office. The woman said it, who was running independent. She even said it. She was like, "I got the right and left." That's push me out. So she
because it comes down to the policies, bro. It doesn't matter. And it's not just billionaires; it's millionaires too.
But let's just say, okay, no problem. Millionaires or billionaires.
We're talking about the 1%, the top 1%, whoever that includes, the top 1%.
Right. So we're. But the thing is, when you choose a side, you're just putting yourself in the system. You just participating in a system that want people to go back and forth because the policies are for them because they lobbied for the policy. They the ones who create the policies.
I mean, why exactly does Elon need access to people's social security numbers, their financial information? What business does he have to do with your social? Why should he have your social?
Because he's doing.
He's trying to make sure that me at my age, I'm not receiving social security benefits on some fraudulent shit.
Well, they can check that through the IRS. They don't have to
go
through the Department of Treasury.
That's the point. They're not doing that.
What Elon Musk is doing and what he's putting in. Remember, he's a computer guy. He's an AI
That's right.
guy,
He already downloaded a bunch of stuff to his server.
What he is doing is he's taking it private, just like Obama and other presidents did. Well, Obama did when he did NASA. NASA went private. That's the reason why his company, his space company, does work and got a contract. He is trying to take Social Security and all those type of organizations and do it private under his company as far as the but this not just that's what he is doing. But this has been
he is trying to privatize everything. Even the school system. That's what's going on with the education.
Even Amtrak is a federal funded thing, and he even trying to go into that and take that private. It used to not be private, but now they are taking it and going private. Even though
we gotta make the government smaller, bro. We have to make the government smaller,
libertarian. That's what libertarian is. A libertarian.
No, the government is too fucking big, bro.
Yeah.
This is not. We're not in fucking North Korea. We're not in Cuba. We're not in Venezuela. This is not a government-ran country, bro. This is a government. This is a country for the people, by the people.
Supposed to be.
And that's exactly why Elon don't have no business up there messing with anything, because the people, by the people, for the people didn't elect him to do jack. We didn't elect him. None of America elected him to do anything. Period. And he's acting like he was elected.
But that's
a bad argument, Lisa, because when nobody, I said that's a bad argument because nobody votes for anybody but the president. But the president's gonna have the people that he or she chooses to be a part of their organization.
Yeah, he does. He or she does pick the cabinet.
I don't understand the beef. I don't understand the beef with Elon.
He created a position for Elon. He created one. It didn't exist.
That position exists under both cabinets. Biden had people. He had Alizar under his cabinets. He had the same thing. That's what. Yeah. He had
Wow, I don't understand how people forgot. Like Trump was talking about cutting waste months before he even brought Elon in and thought about the whole Doge thing. He been saying he was gonna do that. He just chose Elon to do it.
I didn't hear anything about Elon doing anything.
Exactly, because before he never mentioned Elon on doing anything.
There's a reason why he didn't mention it.
It did. It didn't matter. It didn't
It
matter.
does matter.
It didn't matter because once he did say, "Oh, listen, remember when I was talking about cutting waste and cutting wasteful,
Yeah,
wasteful this and the
yeah.
spending with this, and we're gonna crack down on the fraud
Yeah,
and this and that."
yeah.
He was
But
saying that shit for
think,
months before he
but,
mentioned Elon, and then he
but I
said, "You
think,
know what? You know
yeah.
who we're gonna get to do it? We're gonna get Elon to do it."
But I think, and I think what it is the perception is what I think what she's going to as far as what matters. The
Bro, you
perception,
know what I, you know what I
because
think it is, bro.
wait a minute, because the same thing happened under Biden, under Obama. It's just that they didn't use billionaires, but they did use people that was what you call them, that work for or
Advisors.
he used advisors or public officials that was been in the business for a long time.
That was fucking us over.
That right? I don't have no argument about that, but I'm just saying.
And but how come everybody? So how come everybody's mad at Elon? And it's been 2 months. Everybody's mad at Elon, and there's no evidence to show that he was fucking us over
I
yet.
just said, Craig, the perception as far as because where Elon Musk is, his stepson, Trump's stepson was in that position when he first in office. So it's the perception. You have one that's a billionaire who's been in the working system, didn't have anything to do with no type of government, but yet he's in a position to control or to do or carry out what, like you just said, Trump wanted to do. Where the other one was career people that's been in the business, and we could say as far as in the government business, the perception. This is the reason why people is outraged or look at it.
Right.
I see
and
it.
the things that he actually says. Elon says some stuff and does some stuff that help feed into that perception, and so does Trump. When Trump sits up there and says he can do whatever he wants, he can go anywhere he wants. All of these people he appointed, none of them went through the security checks like they should have for security clearances.
No, they all did. They all did. Come on, Lisa. Lisa, they all did. Every last one of them. You're not gonna go in the White House and be around any type of sensitive information without going through all the
those
loops
checks.
and bounds.
All
My
those
main
loops.
thing, everybody hates on Elon because this nigga's rich. Period.
Right.
No, because there's
that's the
plenty of
main
other
reason.
rich
This nigga,
people. I'm not rich.
this
That's the main reason.
nigga. That's the main reason, bro. This nigga Elon.
I don't
this
hate
nigga
on Linda
Elon's a
McMahon
billionaire.
that's temporary in the education department. I don't hate on Dr. Oz. I don't hate on all these other billionaires he appointed. There are other billionaires. He appointed 13 billionaires. 13.
Niggas been hating on Elon and it's crazy because where was all this hate 4 years ago, 3 years ago?
And I don't hate anybody, by the way.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying in general. This is why people hate on Elon.
Because Elon Musk, first of all, he's from South Africa. You know what that
is.
Right.
He from South
But again, where was all this hate when he was going against Trump and he was voting for Biden? Where was all this hate?
I would have felt the same way on the other side. It's not just because it's Trump. If it would have been Kamala or Biden, I would feel the same way under the same circumstances. I told you that earlier. I'm a liberal. I don't just sit up and decide because this is a woman, because this is a black person. No, that's not how it works for me.
I don't know.
But you gotta say, Craig, when he was on the left, he was catering to the issues on the left. Of course,
right. He wasn't radical like he is now. That's why he left from over there. He couldn't get away with doing what he wanted to do.
The left supported.
Yeah, but he wasn't. He was on the left, but he was, for one, the reason why they liked him was because he was giving money, but they still didn't respect him. Let's keep it real. They liked him.
No, bro. No,
they didn't respect him.
He was catering to their issues. He was having left issues that was helping him, especially his company. He was with them.
He still has left issues though.
Of course, that's what it's a libertarian is. A libertarian.
But how come nobody talks about? So how come nobody's talking about the left leaning issues that he still has? He's basically a socialist.
Well,
He
let's
wants
talk about them. Tell us some of them then.
No, well, he's not a socialist. He's not.
But why don't you know about him already though?
No. You talking about his
Is there a
policy?
reason why I should? Like I said, nobody voted for Elon to do anything.
So what do you think?
So why
about,
should I know?
So you think that? So it sounds like you think Elon's just like a terrible person.
I don't think one way or another whether he's a terrible person or a good person. That's not my deal. I care about what I see happening around me. And he happens to be the one pulling it. He's the one yanking the chains everywhere. What I want to know, tell me this, Greg.
Lisa, it's
tell
been
me this,
2
Greg.
months. Nothing happened, Lisa.
Tell me this, Greg.
Nothing happened. What's happening?
All of the jobs that Elon has cut, all the people who have been fired, kicked out, paid off separate fees. Well, where's all that money gone? Where's that money at? Huh? Where's that money?
Gone? Where's that money?
Where's that
money?
It's supposed to be going toward the debt.
Oh, it's supposed to be. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I can't
but ain't
tell
nothing
you
changing.
I don't got. It's been 2 months. You're not even giving it a chance. It's been 2 months.
He shut down U.S.
What you want the guy to do? End world hunger in 2 months?
Whole big agency.
Okay.
He's cutting all this money, and you don't stop and say, "Well, I wonder." Okay, it's been 2 months. Well, when is the money gonna show up somewhere? When are we gonna see a difference?
Supposedly,
what you say, Locke?
I said it's been 103 days, 104 to be exact.
He did all this other stuff in 2 months.
Yeah, and I agree with most of it. Why are we giving money to all these other countries? For what? Why are we giving them our tax money? I don't want to give these niggas our money.
I tell you one thing.
My money?
Those positions that he got rid of.
Do you agree with that? I don't want to get. That's money that could be going to your Social Security that you're claiming that he's trying to get. He's trying to cut.
I would like to know those positions that he got rid of, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was some of those positions that black people able to get them? Because there's a lot of positions that is there that black people could not get because those people been there and they wouldn't allow black people in those positions. So we got to understand what are we against and what are we for? Because if those positions that he got rid of because of those people, because he as far as government contracts and things like that, or black people wasn't getting it in the first place. What about that? What about making it there for people? So did he get rid of those positions?
Supposedly it was, and we all know this. I know some people who got people that had government jobs, Mm-hmm. Supposedly it was, the main thing was people working from home.
Mm-hmm.
And basically stealing time. We all know how that goes. Mm-hmm. There's a whole industry built on mouses who you leave your house, you set the mouse up, you hit the go button on the mouse, and you grab your car keys and you leave the house for a few hours.
Wait a minute. Craig.
As you what?
You trying to tell me you can sit up and set your computer to do your work and you can leave?
Yes, and that's been tracked.
For real.
People been getting fired for that, whether they had a government job or not.
They're stealing time.
Exactly. What it does is it moves the mouse every 15 minutes or so, 10, 15 minutes. You set it up to where it moves the mouse to make it appear like you're working. And while these people are doing that, either they're going off, hopping in the car, going to fucking Disneyland, going to fuck their side chick, going to their other job, and they're making it appear like they're working. This been going on for a very long time. A lot of people who work from home, they know about this shit. And they know about this shit. Elon knows about this shit. Why do you think when Elon showed up to Twitter, he immediately fired like 70-something% of the people?
Yeah.
Get out of here. Get your shit. Get out. We know what the fuck you're doing.
Okay,
You're only
but
working. You're working for 3.5 hours, and then you're burning us for the other 5.
well, if those positions, I'm worried about the people that couldn't get it because of the color of their skin. Or they
See
and
that's bro. That's. I don't get into that because we can't prove that. There's no way of us proving that.
yes, you
It's
can.
just
Yes, you can prove it because the government has proved it. What you mean you can't? The government has proved. They have admitted it. So what are you
yeah,
talking
they
about?
admitted it. Yeah, they admitted it. But can we itemize it down to the state, city, person, hour,
Yes,
day,
it's
month?
fast. The
Come on,
government.
every
Have
last
you kept
person?
up? Wait a minute. Have you ever kept up with the court cases? Yes, the
No,
government
no, I
has.
haven't. That's
I
millions of
and
court
so I'm
cases.
telling you.
Then,
So you haven't, and I'm telling you, I have.
so you kept up with
I have
you kept up with
transcripts.
millions of them.
Brother, hold up. You're talking about individual people. I'm talking about government transcripts that they went to court and has proven that black people could not get positions. What I'm talking about. You're not going to get me on this because
I believe that's happening. But what I'm trying to say is, we can't prove that it's at the level that's being claimed. Of course, it's
wait a minute.
happening. People are
What
not
level?
going to get jobs because you're
What
black.
level are you talking about?
But
What level?
I don't think it's high enough. My point is,
Wait
I
a minute.
don't think
Okay,
that it's
what
high
level that you
enough to
talking
where
about?
we can
What
say,
high?
"Oh, it's."
What level? What
Oh
level?
God.
You're not saying what level? What level? You're not going to you're not going to be able to do it, bro. If the government admitted it that they have done it, and you're talking about a level, it's no level. That's the highest level.
So what's the percentage of it?
The percentage of people.
Hold on, listen. What's the percentage of people hired in 1 year? The amount of hires and the
No,
amount of
no.
hold on. Let's break this down. The amount of people hired in 1 year, the amount of people interviewed, and what's the what's the percentage of the interviewees that were denied, and what's the ratio between black, white, Hispanic, Asian, etc.? What's the ratio of that?
On each position.
Yeah, that's the only way. That's the only way we're gonna be able to find out how deep the rabbit hole goes. We need to know the numbers, bro.
Each position. Then that's when I can't quote each position as far as, but I can send you the data. I can't quote each position.
You're gonna have to bring up the data, bro. That's the only way we're gonna be able to get down to the bottom of this.
That's what I'm telling
because we need to know. Is it 90% of black people getting denied at the interviews? Is it 70? Is it 40%?
It's over
getting
50.
hired.
It depends on what year, right? Because each years are different, right? Then it also depends on the positions that you're going for. But as a overall, right? I'm speaking as a overall, the government has committed, not only in the government, but outside of the government when it comes to racial discrimination on positions.
I will say this, and I gotta put this fucking shit to bed. In the positions that he's particularly talking about, and there are 1,000 positions, but overall, the positions that are low grade pay, there are certain position of black people who will take those jobs. Now, let's just say if you go to school, because they always move the goalposts, you got to go to school to get this educated. For you to get this particular job, you have to go to school, you have to get educated, blah, 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 blah. If you try to get that particular job and you're underqualified, let's just say you get that position, right? They're going to look at you as being overqualified for those particular positions. I might be saying HVAC, I should say HVAC, electrician, carpentry, those particular jobs, welding, those particular jobs. Because if you look around long enough, you will see not you working those positions, because they pay over a certain amount of money an hour. And let's just face it, let's be real. White folks do not want you being competitive at that particular level. They don't want you to see. Of course, they're going to hire very few of us. And I don't see why that's an issue looking into. And that's the reason why I say to myself, this is a real suspect conversation when it comes to certain people having conversations about this. And they say, well, we have millionaires. Where are these particular millionaires are you talking to? If we can't get a job not tearing down and recreating stuff for $28 an hour, what the hell makes you think that we're going to cross that bridge when it comes to being a millionaire? Unless you're a high-tech guy doing AI shit, which mostly what they want anyway, which most is what they're going to do anyway, because in years time, that's all you're going to end up doing is doing AI shit. Point blank period discussion. Anybody got any last words?
I just say this: if those positions that Elon Musk getting rid of, because people that's been sitting there on their butt for years, especially didn't give a chance or didn't have people that look like us to get in there, those positions should be gone in there. But if it's positions that people just sitting there playing games and stuff like that, then that should be gone or taken care of. Only thing I want is fairness.
Fairness
in government. Because don't just give it to someone, but at least put it that people have fair to get it. If you're going to give it to a lazy other white person, then you should give it to a lazy black person.
Well, Vaughn, I will say this, Vaughn. I will say this, Vaughn. Fairness is a place where they judge pigs.
Yeah, it depends on. Yeah, they do have that.
Well, they really have these slick ways of isolating and figuring people out. Of course not. They're not going to say, no, we're not going to hire you because of the color of your skin. Like Vaughn said, you can look around. Who do you see building houses? Who do you see making up the beds? Who do you see in McDonald's? Who do you see doing landscaping? What they do, they look at the names, like Keisha, for instance. How many white Keishas do you think there are?
Right.
So we can pass by that application. We don't even need to look at that.
You'd be surprised.
I would have hired a bitch named Keisha Neal.
That's my last word.
Go to bed, Craig.
I hire Keisha if Keisha is hardworking and she there to try to get matter of fact, my business I hired Keisha. Matter of fact, but she was hardworking. She was there on about her business, taking care of her children and things like that. You damn right I hired Keisha. I hired Keisha before I hired Katie. That's lazy. Because there's a lot of them. So I will definitely hire a Keisha. She's hardworking. She there about her business. She doing her thing. Some people just hire somebody just because they just the skin color is just a certain is white or something like that. Come on, man. People need to really sit down and understand, and like you were saying, Lisa, the different tricks. That woman, she was a doctor. She even said, even in not just on the government side, but just in the private side, as far as hiring black doctors with high education that graduated high of their class. Then let's go into the medical field. How they said black women can take pain more than white women. What? Well,
I heard that.
And you're not going to give her medication because you think her skin can take more pain than. Come on now. Come on. And that don't happen just in the private sector. It happened in the Fed sector because she has it in a book with the evidence to show it. So we got to call a spade a spade. We can't just be looking over things. If it is, say it is. If it's not, then say it's not. But just don't ignore it and just say something totally, no, that's not what it is. That's not how it is. Yes, people got evidence on that. We can't just ignore that, regardless of what side you on, right or left. That's
Lisa, you got some stuff to do tomorrow. So Rest
Yeah,
up.
I'm gonna. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Locke. I enjoyed myself. I'll be talking to you in a minute.
Oh Lord.
Bye, y'all.
All right, Lisa.
All right. Oh God. Greg, go to bed, man. Go to bed. You said enough. You said enough. I gotta deal with this. I gotta deal with this Vaughn character real quick. I don't know who this person is, but the Vaughn that I spoke to a long time ago, I want that Vaughn back.
What Vaughn? What's
that? All right, so I'm gonna tap back in with y'all.
All right, man.
Take it easy,
bro.
What Vaughn? Some time ago. What Vaughn are you talking about? I haven't changed. I'm here. I was like that now, just like that months ago. I'm consistent. What are you talking about?
Mm-hmm. Consistent my ass.
What? Okay, name something. Name one thing. You can't.
You don't talk this much shit about Umar. You haven't talking this much shit. We were talking about way something different, but all the times that was shit.
Hold up. What did I say about Umar today? I didn't say nothing about Umar today.
You didn't say anything about Umar today?
Oh, you talking about taking the rubber?
You're an attempted court. You know that, right?
No, I mean, I didn't say anything. Did I say anything derogatory against Omar today?
It don't matter. I don't give a damn about those horizontal issues. But you're lucky. I'm getting yelled at right now. You're lucky. I will deal with you. I will deal with you later. Goodbye. Hey, all right. All right, I got to get the hell out of here. I'm getting yelled at right now. All right. Y'all have a good night. Peace.